Oh, you're finally here. Pirates are prying up anything that ain't nailed down.
Hey there guys, it's Metro. Before we start the WoW activities for the day, I wanted to show you guys a gift I got for Christmas. I thought this would be, I won't really be able to show it otherwise, so I thought this would be a fun way to do it. I got a shirt from a family member. It says Death Knight on it. Pretty cool shirt, right? Some WoW memorabilia for Christmas. But anyway, back to the WoW stuff. Hey Rune, what's up? Welcome. How was your Christmas? How's your holidays going? I was out here doing some stuff. We finally, well, yeah, now there's another one, right? Yeah, it's Tuesday again, so we're gonna do this again. Oh, it hasn't reset yet. Right? Where's the quest? I guess it hasn't reset yet. I'm not sure why these still give, like, credit. I don't really get it. Why do I keep getting gems? Hey, Dogrhythm, what's up, buddy? Thanks for a great year of WoW streams. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. But yeah, I guess we gotta wait, unfortunately. I gotta get off a little early again today. 3:30, gotta go. But yeah, hopefully we can just, yeah, the reset will happen and we can just do the keys and that'll be that. Twin Dome Doug, where's the rare? Over there. Why am I so slow? This place is growing on me a little bit. There's a lot of good stuff to collect here. That's the thing I like the most about it. The content is very boring, but yeah, hopefully everybody had a nice Christmas, and we will get back to normalcy this week. We'll see how it goes. Unfortunately, not going on IRL still, but I'm hoping that everything's gonna be good. Hero, what's up, man? Welcome. How was your holiday? Hopefully everybody's good. What is that statue there for? That's the thing from the Fell cycle. I guess there's not going to be any new updates for that, huh? Seems like there's more content to come for that, but who knows when and where. What are these chests have in them? Ace H as well, welcome. Nothing. Just a small amount of flame blessed iron, that's weird. Is this a daily thing? I guess it must be a daily, because if it hasn't reset yet. But yeah, we'll quickly get the upgrade. Then we will do some keys. Diab, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I assume it hasn't reset. Could just be I'm missing something. I'll try to get this quest done, I guess, while we wait. What's this? Used to reveal a nearby chest. Oh, yeah. D-Root as well. Welcome back. Anybody do anything cool for the holidays? Anything fun? Anything interesting go on? Nothing too crazy here. Oh wow, since I've streamed. Full week now. Hard to get back to it. Okay, this is so slow, there's no way we're gonna finish this before It's like doing this seems like it's impossible. Maybe these give a lot? Let's go see that. It takes so many individual mobs to get this done. My pug only mage got all 10s done. Nice. What dungeon is this? Yeah, unfortunately we gotta wait for the reset. But that'll be soon. What are we doing here? Just clicking on the items.
We will not tolerate a threat to our airship on this island, no matter where it may hide. Allies of the Arathi, prepare for battle.
Or you can just kill him, I guess.
Our troops will strike at this draconic horror within its lair.
Oh, there's the thing up.
A barrage of cannon fire will reveal its presence. Prepare yourselves.
Hey Rasbaro, welcome back. How's the new island content in the ring? The island is quite boring. The ring is very powerful, so it's fun. I'm engaged in it. Yeah, the content here is quite bad. Hope you had a nice Christmas. I did. I was just showing at the start of the stream, but I got a WoW shirt for one of my Christmas gifts. Is that not where this is? Why are you spamming me with that? We got a lot of Warbound gear, brother. We got to make some alts, I guess. Okay, let's turn this in and see if it actually gives something. While we wait. Did you get your beard trimmer? Yes, I did. Well, that gave a good amount, actually, yeah. And it gives 200 iron. Yeah, what is this? I should be doing that too, I think. I don't know what the storm is. Contains something. Did you cut your hair? Nope. Yeah, servers are up. Yep. You plan on having champagne tonight? No. I have never had champagne once. Is it good? Yeah, New Year's Eve tonight, right? I don't partake in that celebration. I'll be asleep at normal time. I haven't been sleeping very well, so I gotta make sure I prioritize sleep. Although it's probably hard to, yeah, probably hard to sleep when the people are blowing off fireworks and stuff. But when's your normal bedtime? I try to go to bed around 11, but I've been having trouble meeting that number, and that means I'm not getting as much sleep as I should. The other night, I just couldn't fall asleep. I went to a high school basketball game. It was like a tournament at my high school, and they had 3 games back to back to back, and they were all really, really, really exciting. And I came home and I just could not fall asleep. I didn't fall asleep till almost like 3 o'clock.
What do you think washed down that drain? Maybe it's treasure, or maybe it's monster, and maybe those monsters have treasure.
Just super boring content though. Literally just sit here and fight a mob that has like nothing. Its main mechanic is that it tries to knock people back, but it's like that's not even happening right now for some reason. I don't even know why it's not happening. Exceedingly boring. Which is sad because their world content was very good at the start of the expansion. Still got 10 more minutes on the reset too. Shouldn't have started the stream so early, I guess. Didn't realize it hadn't reset. I forgot about that. Then we'll have to get our What's going on? Why am I taking so much damage? That was standing in something, I don't know. No, it didn't reset. It doesn't reset till 11, I guess. Because I mean, did you guys open your vault? Because I don't have a daily here or a weekly here. That's why I logged out here, so I can just get it done real quick at the start of the stream, but doesn't seem to exist. Oh, you already opened your vault? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm just confused. We can go to the city and see. Yeah, I don't need this shit then. Let's go take a look. Maybe if we leave and come back, it'll be here. Yeah, it doesn't reset till 11, I thought. But after daylight savings time, it gets a little squirrely in the past years. I don't know if it still does, because I don't really... Back in BFA, I used to try to be online like the second the servers came up every time on Tuesday. Yeah, see, lots of transmog here, though. They're really good. That's really nice. Wow. Holy shit. Delta Cast, how many hours do you have until New Year? Oh, 13, I think. Yeah, 13. I'm in the East Coast, so not for a while still. Yep. The vault is there, so I guess it's just bugged or something. That's strange. Anyway, we obviously don't need that. Actually, wait, what? Yeah, I forgot I still have a hero track belt. And now I'll just keep taking this. Season's over gearing wise. Anything planned for tonight? Nope. No, daylights or New Year's is not a thing I do much. I never have for my whole life, really. Oh yeah, we only stream Tuesday, don't forget, because it's the holiday. I don't even know that we got 2 dungeons done. I think we only had 1 dungeon done. I was actually very close to having no dungeons done. But the last stream, we almost upgraded that 14. The last key of that stream. Okay, I guess I better put some of this stuff in the bank. It's getting a little out of control now. I don't know why I even keep it. I should probably just vendor it all. I'm sure like next season it's gonna be useless. How much space do we still have? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, there. I was gonna say we didn't get a key though. Oh, we still have a good amount of space. Keep loading stuff in there. Also buy another one, right? Why is there money in there? I don't know why I did that. How do you buy new tabs? Oh wow, 25k for that? What the fuck? That's a bit ridiculous. Yeah, like that. We obviously aren't going to use that. 450 piece. That was from last expansion. That was like the first piece we got, yeah. 371 dagger, what? Does that scale down, or is that actually only for level 80s? That's really stupid. Hey, Strummy, what's up, man? What are you up to this week? Anything fun?
Work cycle interrupt.
Donnie breaks. 10 world quests.
We cannot hide from evil.
All of the world soul. I guess Stone Vault. Probably not gonna end up doing that one though, so we'll do world quests.
Be strong, my friend.
We gotta do 10 anyway, so now we can get 2 done. Just working. What about you? Any plans for the holiday? No, yeah, no plans at all here. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day are not holidays in my eyes. Once Christmas is over, that's the end of it. Okay, that's not. Okay, well, let's quickly go back to the island, because I did want to start with that, but I don't know that we're going to be able to for some reason. I guess maybe it's bugged. Or maybe that one is still, you got to wait till 11 for? I don't know. I'm not a big New Year's enjoyer. I don't like driving anywhere. Right, it's just not a holiday I'm interested in. I don't know why anybody gets so interested in it. When I was young, my somebody I knew wanted to go to New Year's like at Times Square, and they drove all the way up there, and I was just like, where the fuck do you park? Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's nowhere to park in New York City as it is, and then like, what are you gonna do? Just stand there for hours? Like, I really don't understand. Like, everybody wanted to go, and I was like, I don't. Why would you ever do that? Like, I have no idea. The only reason I didn't go was because I had basketball and stuff when I was in high school, so I couldn't really be out like that super late. Okay, yeah, I guess this just doesn't, for some reason, isn't here this week, or maybe we gotta wait till 11. I don't know. My brother and his girlfriend actually go to New York and watch the ball drop. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I think they take the ferry in. Oh, really? I never really got that answer from all those years ago. Maybe that's how they got it. You park somewhere else and you get shuttled in, yeah. Alright, well, very few keys listed, but we'll sign up. Guess we're done here one way or the other. I avoid the city at all costs. Yeah, I can imagine. How far is it from you? It's about 2 hours for me. I guess people are interested in it because there's always the hope involved that next year gets better. Well, I mean, I'm not like unhappy that the year is about to change from 2024 to 2025, but it's like I'm not going to go like ruin the night and sell it. Like, I mean, that would really be just a total destruction of my evening. Like, it would, there's no benefit to it. There's nothing that sounds interesting about it. Like, you're just going to stand in the fucking cold for 4 hours or something. Like, you can't just show up at 11:59, right? Like, I don't know how any of that works, but is there food there? Like, I mean, where you eat? Like, I don't know. It's not interesting. Could not be less interesting. Are you allowed to, like, drink? Like, do people get drunk and stand in the public square? Like, I guess they must, but... No, thank you. "45 minutes with no traffic, but it's about an hour and a half with that to Manhattan with this traffic." Oh yeah, it's probably very common with this traffic, especially if you're talking about now. I'm always asleep when New Year's hits. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I've ever really been asleep for it, but I'm not usually like out. Like, I remember one year I was out, and it was just not interesting. Like, I can't remember exactly what we were doing, but I remember like sitting there and having a conversation, and then at like 15 minutes, everybody's like, "All right, be quiet, be quiet. It's about to be New Year's." And it's like, what? Like, what? Who cares? Just I don't get it. It's not for me. Not for me.
I can see that the two of you will soon be formidable competitors.
What other world quests are there? Leaking pipes patched. That's a good one. Still need rep anyway. This guy's gonna take a while to fill people, it looks like. You have to fly through them, right?
No more leaks. Bug glue is best glue.
Good work, guys. Oh yeah, this one's pretty good too. Hey, Crumnum, how you been? How's your holiday? And Pochi's here as well. How's your holiday? How the heck are you? I'm doing pretty swell.
Another outbreak of violence. Time to stand up and shut this down.
Actually, I really like the world content in the base expansion. It's pretty solid. It's really good. Hope yours was awesome. Thank you. I hope it was too. No, it was solid, yeah. I got some amazing gifts. Hopefully you guys saw I made a lot of videos on Ace Games TV. I should probably plug that. Let me show it to you if you haven't seen it. So we got 3 new Pokemon TCG videos, and on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, I published the Pokemon starter tier list that everybody was asking about. So if you guys want to check any of that stuff out, there's the link. About, I don't know exactly how many packs, but we got like 7 or 8 Pokemon TCG products from Christmas gifts. And more are actually on their way. I think it's today they're supposed to arrive. Nothing special there, that's just regular stuff. It was okay, except I might be a dad soon. If not, then it was good. Oh, not on purpose, huh? Well, why soon? What do you mean? Where's this world quest? Oh yeah, here. Isn't Chikorita, if Chikorita isn't S tier, the tier list is bugged or rigged? Not S tier. I don't know. I don't buy the S tier thing one way or the other. I never do that.
Now that the dust has settled, we can all move
Who be
on to
determined.
our next
Okay,
agenda.
well. Hope things work out the way you want them to, one way or the other.
Friends.
Love the Pokemon videos you did. Yeah, I hope there's a lot of them published these last few days, and I got another one coming. Okay, we're here to do world quests. Let's keep an eye on that.
Our miners still have problems in the
We can go do this zone because there's usually a lot. Do those count? I don't know. Justice for Pancham? No, that fella got what he deserved with that arrogance. No idea why he's so smug or why he thinks he's somebody, but I don't buy that. Oh yeah, we should pick up the daily too. Hey Raven, welcome. How's your holiday? I have little to no motivation to work this time of the year. I just want to go home and look at my tree. Oh, your tree, yeah, still up, right? I guess ours is up too. I hadn't even thought about putting that stuff away yet. Maybe this week. Can't believe we used to get 1,000 gold for those. Now it's only 100. 151 though, we love that number. Pretty good. We've been chilling this week. Had lots of family gatherings. Sweet. Yeah, so do we. Lots of wax to gather as well. Greetings, Metro. Hey, Bynum, welcome. Happy New Year. Yeah, it is New Year, right? I was like, I don't know, I think a part of the reason why I never really like New Year is because it kind of like, at this point, people are like, nobody remembers Christmas, you know, and it feels kind of sad. Christmas is the better holiday, but it gets left over quick. You ever play Skyrim? I did play it on the launch, like when it came out. I was in a bad mental state, and it helped me get through that. I played it like 60 some hours that first week, and then I just never really touched it again once I felt better. I don't really like games like that, to be honest. But it's a very good single player game, and it's a very moddable game from what I've heard. New Year's is just another day, to be honest. Well, they're all another day, yeah. I skipped school when Skyrim came out. Oh, really? Well, I actually went to college, yeah, my college classes, and it was like really... I just couldn't focus because of everything that was going on in my life, plus Skyrim being something that I was using to occupy that, it was hard to focus. I'll take my tree down in July. Wow, you're gonna wait that long, really? That's pretty ridiculous, to be honest. I wanted to take a break from Classic because I realized I don't even enjoy it anymore because of the community. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with Classic. The more I look into it, the more I realize it's just moved on. trying to play it again was like it's like a fantasy. It was like me trying to relive the nostalgic days, unfortunately. I tried looking into like guilds and stuff, and it's just like all the same. Plus, I just can't really commit the time to the groups anyway. My wife would leave ours up all year if it wasn't for our landlord. Oh, they like force you to take it down? That's crazy.
Join us.
Speaking of, let's look at that again since we talked about it last weekend. Or was it last Tuesday? Might have been even last Tuesday. What is Shift 5? It's Death's Advance, obviously. I just changed the color of it. Sosh. Thanks for your service. You don't have to thank me for that, for streaming a video game, but I appreciate that. Okay, so that's the... Yeah, no, the numbers have not gone up, right? The PvP, I think, is way up. Wasn't it only 6K last week? Did we look at this on stream last week? I kind of want to go back and look at this. I think it was last week. They just make comments and she feels the need to take it down. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you probably should take it down to be fair, but... Quickly take a look at that. I think it had to be last Tuesday, or maybe it was last Monday. Yeah, it was probably Monday. Let's take a look at Monday's stream. I have to spend a lot of time. Once people do a few lockouts at Molten Core, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like it doesn't last. You had to be there pretty much the day it opened, and I wasn't even close, so it's like over now. Is it not Monday? Maybe it wasn't Monday. Probably never find it this way anyway. Hey Metro, what is that? You know, we were definitely sitting in Dornegal talking about it. Any plans for a new podcast episode? No, Harry's done WoW with WoW, so that's it for a while. So it wasn't Monday. What about, oh, that's Monday still. What about Tuesday? Definitely last week, but maybe it was way further than last week. Harry quits WoW quick. Wow, he actually played it a lot longer than normal, to be honest. Guess it wasn't Tuesday. I remember when we talked about it. Oh well. Can't figure it out. Yeah, I mean he's like a multi-gamer, you know what I mean? He's not like quit in protest or anything like that, like last time I guess. Just normal stuff for him. Playing League all the time now if you guys haven't seen that. He's streaming right now. I'm not really interested in League anymore, but if I had more time, it was very fun playing with him. Everyone's playing PoE. Oh, really? Yeah, that's definitely not for me, that one, so. Welcome back, Dave. What's up, man? Looking revitalized? Oh, yeah. I'm not feeling revitalized, but I did get a beard trimmer, so I look a little bit cleaner. Don't look like a homeless man anymore. I'm trying to like PoE. Oh, really? Is it hard to like or something? No, I don't like these ones. Do we get credit for the weekly from one? Yeah, okay. That's enough. Still gotta go do this world quest, do we not? I just didn't do it. I just sat there talking about stuff. Oh, yeah, we were still looking at that. But yeah, 2,800 and 8,000, so I think those numbers are increasing. I don't remember what the numbers were, though. My wife got me some beard cream. Yeah, the trimmer my mom got me for Christmas came with beard cream, and I don't know what the fuck you do with it. What the hell's... It sounds like some fucking... Doesn't sound like... I don't think it's something normal human beings would use, I feel like. But let me know what it is, and I'll take a consideration towards it. All these ARPGs will never be as good as Diablo 2. Yeah, well, that's the cool thing about Diablo 2 is it's fully moddable. When we were talking about Path of Exile 2 weeks ago, I started looking back at the mod, and it's like, fuck, man, I forgot how much... It's like I could literally just play this game for the rest of my life, and I'll never... Like, I put so much levels of customization into that game, it's crazy. But I don't even like the game. Like, I really don't. I tried playing it for an hour, and it's like, oh, I could see myself spending hundreds of thousands of hours on this game, but it's like, I don't really like it. Like, if the same systems that were there were in WoW, I would, like, oh my god, dude, I would go nuts. I just don't like the classes, I think, is the big problem. I don't know if the modern classes are better, like in Diablo 4 and stuff. But, like, I really like the idea of Amazon, but it's like Amazon. Like, what? I don't, like, can it just be like a ranger or like a rogue or something that's like more fantasy? Like, what the fuck is an Amazon? Like, I don't really get the concept of it.
Nicely done.
And then,
Are exceptional.
and then druid, it's like, what the fuck is druid? It's like not a druid at all. It's like basically like a weird shaman. So it's like basic, and then paladin, it's like just some black dude, like, not to be racist, but it's like, well, I don't understand why. It's just like, I don't know, the classes in Diablo 2 are just like really weird. They don't feel like they have any soul. It's just like a couple buttons, and then you just press buttons over and over again. If it was like WoW, if it had WoW's gameplay with Diablo 2 systems, I would fucking go, I would probably like be dead from playing the game. Beard trimmed, bro respect his points into finesse. Beard cream just helps your beard stay moisturized and helps with the itching. Oh, okay. I guess I had that problem. Yeah, it's just so, the classes are so soulless and the gameplay is so boring. But it's like kind of like a lottery. It's almost like just playing a lottery. Like, it's not even the game that's fun, it's the lottery part. That's actually the thing that, like, that's, I'm sitting here talking about all these problems, right? But it's like actually still one of the best games I've ever played, because it's so lottery. Like, it's so interesting. Like, so like the gameplay loop in my game is like, you can go farm shit, you'll get gold from farming shit, then you can use that gold to farm more like luck based shit from the vendor that sells random things, and then the stuff you don't want you can disenchant and make into stuff you might want. And then since everything's like upscalable, the stuff you don't want could be potentially turned into something you may not want now, but may need down the road. It's like there's just an enormous amount of shit in that game to do and collect. But it still sucks because the combat and gameplay is so boring. You're describing WoW? I wish I was. If I was describing WoW, it would be like, oh man, I would never log off. WoW's looting is very, very bad compared to Diablo's 2. Diablo's 2? Yes, Diablo 2's looting is like, it's near perfection, and the fact that it's moddable, it is, I would say it is perfection because you can make it better. But its gameplay is 0, like it's fucking awful. And then you compare WoW's gameplay, which is 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 really. But you look at its looting and it's like, whoa, how bad is this compared to that, you know? It's really weird. I talked about this because I didn't play Diablo 2 for the first time until like 2 years ago. And I'm really, really, really shocked that the same company produced both. Because they just didn't seem to learn any of the lessons they learned. Like, Diablo 2 should have taught them lessons, and they didn't learn them for World of Warcraft, and I don't know why. I guess they were scared to make an MMORPG be like that replayable. Like that loot driven. But if Classic was like Diablo 2's loot, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, the game was already wildly popular, but... Where is this? Can you imagine, like, if that had that level of addictive gameplay? Like, what the fuck? Or a level of addictive looting on top of the gameplay? Anyone find the ring upgrade this week? Oh, okay, yeah, so it's an issue for you too, right? I didn't see it. I was out there and thinking it was just not reset yet, but... That wasn't close enough. Finish this world quest, then we'll head out. Path of Exile 1 is the improved version of Diablo 2. Yeah, an unmodded Diablo 2, I agree. But I had found a mod that was like basically the inspiration. So it's called, I think it's called Project Diablo. Project D2 or some shit. That mod was the inspiration for Path of Exile, apparently. And so this guy made a mod that had all the features of Project D2 in Diablo 2 Resurrected. And so I just took his work and added shit on top of that shit that I like even more. So I think, I don't know much about Diablo 2 to be honest, but I think the main thing is the class customization. I character, like being able to do whatever you want talent-wise. And so I tried to make a system like that where like O spells or whatever in that game are like super like you could have like 30 O spells of a class spell that you don't normally have, and it's almost like you're, because like, you know, that's instead of other stats on your gear, right? So I don't have time for this shit. So like you're basically choosing to like spec into a different class instead of play the class that you bought, you know. But other than that, I don't think you'll be able to replicate it in that game. Although maybe, I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible. Anything's possible when you can mod the game like that. But other than that, I'm not really sure what like the core features of Diablo 2 are that you can't replicate in Diablo, or core Path of Exile features that you wouldn't be able to replicate. There's no quest for the ring upgrade, so what's going on now? It's probably just a bug, man. I don't know. What's everyone's favorite juice? I don't really drink a lot of juice. Apple, I guess. I like apple stuff. Does lemonade count as a juice? I guess probably not, but that's lemon juice, really. My buddy tried eating my beard like grass. It was quite painful. Oh, God. Do you enjoy gambling, then? I do not enjoy using money for gambling, no. I have a bad relationship with money, and it's only become recently that it's become exposed with the Pokemon card stuff. But I do like the idea of gambling in a very low-stakes environment, which is why I enjoy the Pokemon TCG and why I also enjoy Diablo 2, I guess. I love apple juice. Apple juice doesn't love me. Oh, well, it gives you indigestion or something. Orange juice, but it has to be freshly pressed. Oh, really? Low acid orange is my favorite. Oh, really? Is that a thing? I do enjoy some pineapple juice. Oh, yeah. Magic Evolution's coming out in, what, 2 weeks? That'll be exciting. It'll be... Oh, what's going on here? I have to, like, leave, I think, right? Is that what I have to do? Somebody said this the other day. Path of Exile 1 is pretty much an entirely different game than when it was launched. Oh, okay. So, yeah, maybe a lot's changed then. But I've heard, like, the main thing that is, like, driving the gameplay in Path of Exile is the... They call it slamming for some reason. I don't really know what that means, but... It's basically like taking a piece of gear, like you get a piece of gear and you're not even close to being done with it once you get it. And that's like a core feature of the Diablo 2 mod that I had picked up and that I like added more and more depth to. Yeah, it's basically just like systems of gambling on top of the gearing system, yeah. Which I think is really, really fun in that game. Now you guys are making me want to play it more. Or I'm really just making myself... I say that all the time where I just like rant about something and then I'm like, now you guys are making me want to play it. And people are like, I'm literally just listening to you. I'm not saying a word. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's me making me want to do it. Gets me acquainted with the toilet. If I drink more than like a glass of apple juice, it makes you throw up or something? I don't know what's going on right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's start.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Since the decimation of our
Hey, Steve, what's up? Welcome. How was your holiday? Gives man the drizzles. Oh, yeah. That's weird. I didn't think Liquid would do that, but maybe. Nah, 13, yeah. There's only 3 keys listed so far this morning when we signed up. But we definitely need to warm up. Been a full week without me doing a Mythic Plus. That doesn't happen very frequently. PoE 1 has 12 years of worth of league mechanics to craft your gear. It's a lot more deterministic than PoE 2 where slamming currency is the main method. Yeah, okay. Can you like this may be a stupid question to ask, but can you briefly explain like the gearing structures in that game? Like what is slamming and what do you mean by currencies? Like what does that mean? Just a I'm sure that's not an easy question to answer briefly. Apple cider can do that? Oh really? I've never had any issues like that with apple cider.
The Order of Night is trying to steal
I
the
love a
lights.
warm apple cider in the fall when it's getting cold out.
Secure the deck. We need to gain control of the ship.
I drank apple cider that tasted like I was biting into an apple. Oh, that's cool. Morning Metro, got my first 14 time on Saturday. Oh, nice. That's cool. Double upgrade too, huh? Well, if you get invites, you're ahead of me. We've only been invited to 4, I think, so far this season, but we did upgrade 2 of them. We came very, very close on that. If you guys didn't see the last key we did last week before Christmas, we missed it only by like 17 seconds or something like that. It was very close. And we had a lot of deaths. I'm liking the shave. Oh, yeah. There's Tom. He's going to explain it. Slamming is not an actual thing. People just say they slammed X amount of a currency, but there is no slamming. Oh, what does it mean, though? It's something that I heard said a lot about the Diablo 2 mod, like I said, so there must be a reason that people say that. I don't know what that means. In PoE, you have a rare item with 6 affixes. Let's get this back and then we'll read that. Say your item drops with 5 affixes. You can use an exalted orb to fill the last slot with a random affix on the slot that's open. Oh. That's what they're talking about? Do items ever drop with 6 or they never drop with 6? So you have to like farm those things. I have a 14 cot if you want to rip it. We can try it, yeah, if you want. I didn't expect it to go well, though, unfortunately, but we can try it. Quest just popped up. Gotta finish the island dailies first. Oh, really? That's strange. So the prefix and suffix thing, that's how Diablo works, too. I know that much. Yeah, like, so for example, in the mod that I made, and that's, like, derived from the other mod, basically, like an item drops with whatever it has on it, and then there's these items that I made called souls. They're like a blue soul is you use it and it randomly affixes a new thing on your gear. Then after that, every time you use the same soul on that mob or on that item, it will continue to empower that stat. So for example, we get strength or something like that. I don't even remember all the options, but I have a lot of different options. I think there's 20 options that you can get. Let's just say we get strength for our slammed soul. You then keep putting souls into it and it just keeps going up. Like it'll never stop going up. But they're hard to come by, obviously. So you have to choose, do you want to use them on new items or do you want to keep using them on one item and just keep empowering that item infinitely? So that makes it like infinitely replayable. And then I also have a greater soul, which is a flat, like it's not random. It drops randomly. Like the item itself has the stuff on it, but it's far more powerful. It has like 3 or 4 stat things that it would put on it, and then you take that and craft it with the piece, and it adds that to the piece, and then that can only be upgraded a few more times, like since those are very rare and very hard to come by. And then I have those systems on top of that, where if you get them and you don't want them, like especially the soul, the greater soul, you can disenchant it and get a thing that can allow you to craft a new one. So for 3 of the greater souls, you can craft a new random one to try to get one you want instead.
The night guides me, empowers me.
You can add or remove a lot of stats from the item, and the process use a lot of the currency that can drop any number. It can drop with any number of suffix and affix depending on their type, the gear itself, right? The slamming term still confuses me. Is it just feeding material and currency and items? I don't know where it originated from. That was my question, but I guess it's not known at all. So, but yeah, from what I could tell, the word slamming just means like, okay, you got items, and now you need to make them the best they possibly can be, and you just get, like, it's just RNG, like, because that's what I heard people say originally, was slam RNG, and I don't know what that means, but, yeah, and then, so then on top of that, the mod that I was fiddling with already had this system, where you buy this hammer, the Larzek's hammer thing that's already in the game, and you can roll It's like a 1 to 6 gem slot thing. And once you do it, you can't do it again. Oh, and then it's 1 to 6 gem slot, and then there's a 7th option of the key of the item getting destroyed by it. And I guess that's something that's Path of Exile is known for, something like that as well. So yeah, you get the item, and then be like, all right, so okay, I got an item that I want to use as a base for a very powerful item, basically. All right, first thing you're gonna use Larzik's hammer. Okay, I got 5, 6 sockets. All right, we can work with this. All right, now we use a soul. What do we get? We got like magic find or something we didn't really want. All right, back to, we'll just scrap the item. You know what I mean? Oh, we got a really good soul proc. Okay, great. Now what greater souls do we have? Okay, cool. Now we can put like, now we can really customize this item to be like the best item in the game, you know? That's the way that the gearing would work in the game, the mod that I've made, or helped make, I guess. I think it just comes from the fact that you need a lot of insane luck to get a good item, so it might be to highlight how much Chaos and Divine EX and Chaos and Divine you had to use. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not really sure what it must be a term maybe from a different game that's just co-opted into this game or something then. If there's no actual origins for the term in the game. PoE 1 has a crafting mechanic that lets you reroll an item, ensuring caster mods like cast speeds. Yeah, Diablo 2 has that, and then the mod that I worked on has that even further. I like the idea of crafting a lot in those games, to be honest. I also made crafted gems. Crafted jewels, or I think they're called jewels. And since you can have 6 slots in pretty much every item that's like big enough, I mean you can have a lot of sockets in that game, you can have most of your power is going to come through the jewels or the rune words. You could death strike that before we go. Wait, what? Yeah, there's not a big death strike there. So you would get your first 3 perfect prefixes, locked prefixes on the bench, and reroll items, ensuring X a fixed type. Okay, yeah, so pretty much like exactly like the mod that I made then. It's just, you can't change the actual stuff that's ready on the item, that stuff's random. Unless you want to craft it. Rune words were one of the best systems ever made. We're one of the best systems. I really like runes. I've dramatically improved the use of runes in my game as well. I made it so you can upgrade. I think maybe the default game has this as a feature, but I made it so like you can empower pretty much every item in the game with runes as well. Like you can turn like a item level 1 item into an item level 700 item in this game of equivalent, you know, with the runes. I really like that as a feature and how it interacts. I can't stop playing PoE 2. Oh yeah, let's go. I got the refracting trinket for my tank. The brew is 639. Nice crits. I'm a big fan of the Runewood system, but I will admit they killed most unique items. Right, and that's why that was one of the things I wanted to adjust in my game was... Oh, wow, that's really, really, really bad. One of the big things I wanted to adjust was make sure that rune words were not the most powerful items anymore. Because I feel like they're way too deterministic. Like, the hard part is getting the runes, but since the mod is dramatically improving the ability to get runes, it's not hard anymore. So it's like you needed to change, you needed to give their intangible, like, power offset. You need to offset the power somehow. So what I did was I made it so every item that is above, well, I guess, yeah, unique in the green color, whatever that is. That's set or whatever, those can be disenchanted, and like the disenchanting material is like extremely important. So even if you don't use the items themselves, you need them for other things. PoE 2 has rune sockets for unique items, but they don't let you unsocket. Oh yeah. Oh, like, yeah, because you can unsocket in Diablo, I guess, right? By default. I also came up with an idea that people thought was a little overpowered, but basically like taking the rune word, like, you know how you have to put it on gear and like it changes the gear once it's on there. I had the idea of putting it on other stuff too. So my idea was, instead of Like, because then you now with all these changes, you have this weird system where like a yellow is the best item in the game basically because of all the power-ups you can do to it. A white item that can be turned into a rune word or whatever is still very good, but it requires you to farm the runes like crazy. And then uniques are now basically just stuff that you might use like sparingly, but definitely you want to get them to drop because you need them to make the other stuff powerful, right? And then what's left? You have the blue items, whatever those are considered, magic or something, right? And so those were completely useless. Like, they were utterly garbage in the game after I made all these changes. So what I decided to do was I decided to make a system where you can apply about half of the power of the rune word with the same runes. Like, you take 6 or 5 or 6 different runes, cube it with a magic item, and it will gain those things permanently as an affix. So, like, you would take a magic item that has like a really good start to it, and then you could turn it into a very, 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 very powerful item. Basically, like, probably more powerful than a rune word, depending on what you had on it originally. Okay, we gotta be really careful here. This is gonna be a real problem with no purgatory. What's your item level? I'm not sure off the top of my head, sorry. If you remind me when I'm not in grave danger, I will take a look.
Beware.
Oh. Close one there. Pack's almost dead though. We know these tacticians are never not dangerous though. This is like a low DPS group. Oh really? I haven't been paying attention. Seems alright, we're moving through it pretty briskly. Only 2 deaths thus far. It's just called Rune in PoE 2 though. It's like gems and enchants and so on. Nothing special about it, I gotcha. Item level, yeah, we can answer that question now. Yeah, 637 right now. But we still had some gear on the table. We just kind of stopped caring about gearing.
Beware.
Healer, question mark? I don't know why he was just sat there dead.
Luckily, my daughter and her children are safe. You've weakened the commander and cleansed my home.
Okay, well, we didn't, like, we effectively didn't lose Purgatory there. Even though we didn't have it up, we didn't, like, it didn't get, it's now back, so it's actually perfect. Healer's not using the correct route. Still not sure what the actual dangerous mobs are here for the people. Because most times nobody takes any damage, but last time we did it, people were complaining about getting killed by the casters. Got any plans for New Year's Eve? Neo, what's up now? No plans? I've been working on, in the little free time I've had, I've been working on modding back to that TBC Realm project I've been working on. I've been changing the talents of all the classes in TBC. I think it's really fun. It's been really fun to work on, so I've been messing around with that. Trying to make like a... We talked about it a couple weeks ago about how I had the idea of like infinite talents. Kind of like in Diablo 2, actually. That's how it got brought up. But it's not possible in WoW, unfortunately. I don't think that's ever possible. I guess it would technically be possible. You can only have 5 spell ranks per talent in TBC. I don't know if that's true in Wrath too, but I've been working with TBC. And it would be possible, but you'd have to probably get rid of like... You'd have to get rid of class. You can only have so many talents as well, so... I'm not sure exactly how many talents you could have. I think maybe like 22, I think is the max. So if you wanted to have like, say 30 ranks of a spell, you would need to have 30 ranks. Okay. Oh. Alright, didn't think that was going to work out. Anyway, you'd have to have only like 5 talents total and then just 30 ranks, like a block of ranks basically across from each other. I don't miss TBC, it was a painful expansion. Oh, really? TBC is the one expansion that I didn't really play seriously, so I kind of always look back at it as like the last frontier for me. Zach, what's up, buddy? Ace Games TV has been awesome last couple days. Yeah, we got more to come too. One more Pokemon TCG video coming. If they channel the tormenting shit, it hurts, but generally people interrupt it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is there the other stuff that's dangerous, or is it just that channel? But yeah, I already did like Siri. I put a lot of work into the ret tree in TBC. So anyway, your question was what are my plans for New Year's. I'm gonna just probably keep doing that. But yeah, the ret tree I did a lot of work on. I feel like you can really make a single player WoW very fun with good talents and good gearing systems. Are you rewriting your own TBC private server? Yeah, basically. It's been something I've been working on for a long time because I did a lot of it with the classic private server stuff back in like 2 or 3 years ago. The thing about the classic stuff is that it's like, if you want to make like full custom shit, you have to use the shitty ass 1.12 client. Whereas like that Hermes pack allows you to use 1.14, which is way more fun. But it's not like you can't mod the same as you would be able to with the client patches. So I just figured, alright, the TBC client's better, and I actually like TBC a lot too. So I would get started on it with TBC. I would make a more customized version. But unfortunately, I guess the TBC client's also got a lot of problems. And I've only just figured out how to fix those problems this last few weeks. But I guess I really should have just did the Wrath client, because the Wrath client's like super well understood and very easily modded. But I don't like Wrath. Like, I don't like the talents, I don't like the content. I just wanted TBC. Ideally, I would just be classic, but unfortunately, the classic client is just so fucking garbage. I would never want to do it. The original client, that is. Hey, Shamux, what's up, buddy? Happy New Year's. Thanks, man. Happy New Year's to you as well. I've been playing with Stanley and Mythic Plus now, and man, I love it way more as Blood Death Knight. Oh, really? What is like the thing that you like the most about it, I guess? I'm surprised that ball didn't kill y'all. Yeah, me too. That was some scary stuff on that last pack. That's probably a good mob for disc though, because it's all predictable damage. Unlike this one. Was that fast? I like Sand Lane because playing with haste feels a little better and really straightforward rotation. Oh, Deathbringer's the one that's straightforward, right? The thing about Sand Lane, maybe you're talking about purely from an offensive standpoint, but I worried that Sand Lane was going to just complicate survival too much to use. It's like you now have a serious decision between survival and like basic rotation survival and advanced rotation offense. But maybe I'm wrong. I've never tried it. I just know the concept it's based on was the Shadowlands tier set, and that was like that. Is haste a good stat for Blood Death Knight? I think haste is always a good stat, but they're talking about it being really good for Sand Lane because it allows you to get more heart strikes in that window. Fantasy, for one, feels more fast-paced, as with it, you need to stack haste. To me, it feels smoother, and survivability feels even better in Deathbringer. Oh, really? Even better? Well, cool. Glad you enjoy it. It's definitely more fast-paced, and that's the complete opposite of what I would want. But Death Knight's already, like, it being fast-paced makes it harder to play. Nothing that DB talents bump up scale with haste, and Sandlane is the opposite. It's a little frustrating that you really can't swap between the two. Oh, really? Well, I mean, if you want to like purely maximize them, yeah, obviously. I mean, I would be, no matter what I'd be doing, I'm just going versatility anyway, because it's too hard to maximize as it is. Spec's hard. Hey, Denoise, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How's your holiday?
You've saved Merildal, champion. We'll drive the remainder of this shadowy lot. Get these shadow cultists off my ship.
Not just hard, it's pretty bad too. Oh yeah, I wouldn't say it's bad. I think it's very good actually. It's just not represented well at the hot top end, and people look at that as the end all be all for some reason. Busy man, how about you? Yeah, it's been busy here too, unfortunately. Cleaned up the beard. Yeah, I got my my mom got me the beard trimmer. It's actually fucking insanely good. It's like, man, the one I had was garbage compared to this one. It's really crazy. I don't know how much she spent on it, but man, was it a good purchase. Very pleased with it. It's like smooth as fuck. Like the hair just gets like chopped. Like it does. The old trimmer was like, it had to work. I think it wasn't very powerful or something maybe. But I'm still learning the settings. This is way too short. I don't like the length of the beard. I didn't mean for it to be this short. I just assumed this setting was right, but it was wrong. So I gotta let it grow out again. Going to finish the Lord of the Rings trilogy tonight. Oh, really? I've seen that a million times. Such a good film. It's very easy. If Metro gets half the keys timed on 14 before 11.1, then it was a good spec. If not, then the spec was ass. What do you mean? What are those two blue bars on your party frame? Top left. Two blue bars. I'm not sure you mean, Sermon. Talking about this? The mana? I don't know what you mean. More than two, so I'm confused what you mean, but I had to show off the new shave with the new razor from Mom. Is cute as hell. Well, I'm not showing it off. It's just inevitable that my face is on camera and people are going to see it, but yeah, I like it. I'm really happy with the purchase. Okay. Guess we're just wiping here. I always do that. I think I'm jumping overboard and then I just land on this thing. Healer struggling. Oh yeah. Yeah, this priest blows, man. I really don't know why people play it. And of course, offline on last fight. Metro is going to drop a Manscaped ad on us. It's not a not that product. No, it's like a Philips Norelco or something like that. As in you didn't hesitate to use it, opened right away, and got some good use, and she got to see the results right away. Oh, okay. You're weird, man. I don't know. Alright, anyway, I guess we're done with this one, huh? Doesn't meta matter at key level 13? Does meta. I think it's overblown. I think it's really overblown. I don't think it matters at this level. I don't think people like... I don't think people think about it the way they should. I think there's a pug meta. And, yeah, I think that's never really talked about. And people still look at, like, whatever the top players are doing as, like, the only way to succeed. But I don't think it's reality. People play disc because of the DPS. But the healing is subpar. I think it's a terrible healer in the pug world. That's what I'm saying. I think it's horrendous. I think it's the worst healer in the pug world right now. You just worded it weirdly, but I get what you're trying to say. I mean, I don't. Very weird comments. Some of the stuff you say is really strange. The shields and damage mitigation of disc is pretty nice. Yeah, but unfortunately, like, those things don't help us. We need better reactivity. Like, in the pug world, you need things that are going to be able to recover from the mistakes that inevitably get made. And, yeah, those are hard to recover from as disc. That's kind of the complete opposite. I think nobody looks ever at DPS or HPS at that level, and people just follow the meta without understanding why. Yeah, that's what I'm pretty much getting at. Big issue there. Disc is bad against unexpected damage and refilling health bars. Yep, and that's gonna happen a lot in the pug world, right? Alright, let's get this on the sheet. First keys on the sheet in a week. '24th. Christmas was still upon us when I last played. Hey, SLB, what's up, man? Hope you have a great Christmas, and yeah, Happy New Year to you. Okay, we got Donnie Breaks 13. Just banned. Week 5 now. Doesn't matter, there's nothing to copy. Dix Priest, double ret again. I didn't even realize that. Wasn't even paying attention to that. Ellie. At least we're seeing a lot of ret. That's the good thing about this season. But if the spray on the boss is unexpected damage for you, then you don't belong in that key anyway. I think it's just really easy. People fall behind all the time as healer, and it's really easy to fall behind in the game nowadays. And having tools to prevent your failures from causing calamity is what you want, and that's why I would say Shaman is the best healer by a lot, and then Holy Pally I think is really good still too. Because they have so many tools for that. Any plans for New Year? No. Like I was saying before, maybe keep modding, doing the TBC project thing I've been working on. But other than that, no plans of going out. The War Within dungeons are pretty difficult in my opinion. They're definitely harder than... Yeah, this is definitely the hardest season we've had. Or do you mean like the 4 War Within dungeons compared to the 4 non-War Within dungeons? I'd like to know about overall pass and fail rate on keys compared to other seasons. I don't think that data is like that's why I started the spreadsheet, because that data is not out there. Blizzard doesn't have API hooks for keys that aren't finished, so it would be impossible to tell without somebody collecting the data like I have. So you can look at my spreadsheet if you want to compare just my experiences. It's not that different, to be honest. It's pretty similar, which is kind of weird. You wouldn't think it would be. The War Within dungeons are hard. You mean like compared to the other ones? Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't agree with that. The 2 easiest dungeons right now are War Within dungeons. Why do you only stream on YouTube? I have a whole video on it. That's how many times it's been asked. It's in the description if you want to see the video on it. Surprisingly, not really needing an update. It's all still true. Was Dragonflight Metro 20% better than the War Within Metro? No. I've hit my skill cap. The only thing that would change is the difference in tuning of the spec. So like if you look at like Shadowlands, the last seasons of Shadowlands, it was way stronger than it is now, kind of thing. That may upset it, but reality is it doesn't make, like, the tank being stronger or not, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's going to be quite unlikely to impact anything. I took a cursory look around and hadn't seen that. Oh yeah, no worries. Metro, I bought myself a WWE Championship belt for Christmas. Oh really? You should take a picture of that. Yeah, there was a 20. I saw people talking about that this weekend. I'm shocked that people were doing it during the holidays, of all things, too. Was it just one, maybe? Any leveling challenges coming? Well, like so I've been messing with that TBC project, trying to make like a fully custom World of Warcraft. And I will be probably doing a Let's Play of that once I get that done. I'm almost done. I've finished the Ret tree and the Prot tree. So next thing I want to do now is the Holy Pally tree. But I'm probably not going to do a playthrough, like a recorded playthrough of the Paladin. I'm just going to mess around with it and see how I like it. And if I like it, then I'm going to do a Shaman. I really wanted to do... I've never played a Draenei Shaman in TBC, so... I really want to do a Shaman 1-70 in TBC with the whole new systems I've created. So I'm going to make that a playthrough for sure once I get that done. I also still need to finish the actual Draenei Heritage Armor quest thing. I never did that. There's so many things I should do, but I don't know. Yeah, he already clarified that, Tom. Alright, anyway, I guess we'll sign up to Siege 13. No invites to 14s, but 13's pretty secure. We can do them whenever we want. Alright, well, this is going to take a while to fill, probably, so... Let's see if we can get more world quests done. Oh, World Soul Memory. Didn't they change? Is that the icon? Oh, is that icon? I don't know. To go in gives a lot of gold. Almost 1,000 gold. That's pretty good. Also, the ring quest is there. And has been just have to fill the bar. Oh, okay. You had to fill the bar first before you can get it? Is that how it works? I need to get back out there and do that too.
Excavating here might be dangerous, but unraveling the Earthen's past and decoding the Titan's designs is crucial.
I love this fucking expansion zones, man. It's really this zone, but they're all solid. I just don't love like the spider zone, but yeah. 3 great zones again. There's always usually one zone I don't like too, so it's not really shocking to me, but Dragonflight's had 4 good zones. I just didn't love Thaldraszus as much, but it wasn't bad. Does that world quest to fill the bar count as a world quest for the weekly? Probably, so we should do that too. Since we need to do it anyway, no reason to rush through these world quests. I think the thing about Deathbringer too is it's really fun in world content. Sandland, probably the complete opposite. You're like a major CD spec all of a sudden, and then your regular mobs, you don't have these procs that are just like destroying shit constantly. Hey Jambo, what's up, man? And Chicks as well, what you guys up to? Both showing up at the same time. Where are you guys? What's this? Some giant shield, huh? And Cop's here too. What's up, man? What the hell? What are you up to, Cop? How's everything? I am in my home. Where are you? You might be in your home too, brother. You better be careful. Pat D. What's up, Pat? Welcome. You haven't responded to my messages in Discord. Oh, you kept sending them while I was streaming, so I assumed you were watching the stream and you just didn't want to send long-ass messages with links and stuff while I was streaming. Is that just a coincidence, I guess? And you didn't know I was streaming or whatever? Yeah, my bad then. I thought that. I thought that the other night. I was like, oh, I hope he was watching the stream when he sent me those messages. F, you're in my home now. What up for real? Yeah. What were your messages? You sent me a picture of, or a video of... Oh yeah, that... I didn't watch that video you sent me, to be honest. But if they do a Death Knight in Season of Discovery, I will be playing Season of Discovery. I honestly hope they don't, because I have so much other stuff going on. I don't want to do that, but it sounds like it'd be awesome if they do. How was your vaults? I only did like 1 key last week, so nothing. Doing pretty good. Just chilling, doing weekly stuff, and relaxing. Well, that's good, cop. How's the War Within? Like, what would you say, like, now that you've played it for what, like, almost, what's that, like 3 weeks? Maybe 4 weeks now? This has gotten derailed from a simple greeting. Yeah. He sent you some spicy Santa outfit pics and was expecting a reaction. He was expecting a donation. Dad's been drinking whiskey for the last week. Be careful. Mom learned the hard way. Oh, wow.
It is an excellent day for a race. Come fly with us.
I thought I put it in there. I wasn't watching stream. Oh, yeah, no worries. But yeah, either way, I did see all of your posts, so. If they, like I said, if they have a Death Knight thing, I will definitely be checking it out. I didn't actually watch the video, though. I don't, like, I just checked Wowhead and Classic Reddit and stuff, and nobody's talking about Death Knight, so I'm not sure what the video's talking about, but I guess I should check it out, maybe. Thoughts on the warrior having the Death Grip style spell? No, that's a totally new one for Season of Discovery. I did actually play a little Season of Discovery with the new rune thing when they added that, and I saw that spell myself already, so that wasn't the first time I saw that. Oh, shit. Pretty cool. But I think, what is it? It costs rage or something? There's something about it that wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. Okay, we're not going to be able to finish this. Yeah, it is pretty cool, but definitely never existed before. Maybe we will. Going downhill now for a little bit. Excellent done. Work. I can see that this is Siege, right? I'm really surprised knowing your background you didn't decide to play Prop Pally as a Pug Tank. Oh yeah, I mean, you don't know me very well, I guess. What else? We said, Cop, did you add me? Cop said, he's talking about War Within again, though. It felt super daunting at first, not gonna lie. I felt like things are just starting to calm down for me. Oh yeah? What do you mean, super daunting? That's interesting. I didn't expect that. Have you done, like, how do you feel about delves, right? You mained Holy Pally back in the day, no? Yep, that was a long time ago, though. Like, back when I played Holy Pally, Prop Pally was, like, it's not even remotely like it is now, so. I fell in love with Blood, and that is that. Mistweaver, yeah. Luigi, uh-oh. It's another fan of the murderer. A bit drunk, but wanted to say wishing all of us healthy and successful 2025. Love y'all, and I always found comfort watching the stream, even if I'm not that active. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I hope you have a great New Year's and don't get too drunk and hurt yourself. What expansion did you start playing WoW? I started in Classic. I have a whole video on my history with WoW. But yeah, it's a hell of a story. I would check it out. I have like a Metro lore playlist. I think it's like 3 videos of just like personal stuff that's not really related to any game stuff in the videos. There was so much to catch up on that it was daunting to figure out where to start. Oh, okay. Yeah, like 2004, I mean. Delves are really nice. I think they are a nice addition for solo gearing. Cool. Yeah, do you have thoughts on the Delves system? Like, did you expect it? Metro, I found out that despite being white, cannot ski to save my life. Oh yeah, you went skiing on what, Christmas Eve or something like that? How'd that go? You didn't break your leg or something, right? I'll take a look at the videos. Thanks. Yeah, sweet. I think you'll like them. If you're interested in that topic, it's a good video. Sorry, an alarm went off. Do I have thoughts on what now? Are they like? Because you knew Delves were coming, right? Like, what are your expectations on them, like, and versus how they're like living up? Like, do you enjoy doing them, or you're just not really doing them, or like, how do you think about them? What would you change about Mythic raiding to bring players like you back to raiding? I don't have time to raid, so I don't know. Nothing. Make it solo content. I didn't die, and it was fun. Drinking at 10,000 feet in the air was cool. Oh, yeah. Well, cool, man. I'm glad they had fun. Hopefully it was a good, memorable experience for you. I didn't really show it off much, too, but hopefully you guys... Oh, it's not going to, like... Shit. I have a Death Knight shirt on. I got it. It's a gift for Christmas. Does anyone think Mythic raiding needs to change? I mean, I don't know. I haven't done it, so... My only problem with Mythic raiding is that it got way too difficult. Like, absurdly difficult. Oh my god. It just got way too difficult for your average player. And I think they've addressed that with that stacking buff thing, so... I don't know. That was my only actual complaint when I raided. Everything else was social issues. Recruitment and the way the game changed socially made raiding in a guild like impossible for me, so that's ultimately why I stopped at that point, and I'm glad I did, because then I think within like a year and a half later I would not have been able to raid anymore anyway, so that would have been even weirder to end over that. Last expansion broke man raiding. It was just too hard. Oh yeah, I haven't done it like I said recently, but the last raid I did was Theater of Pain, or Sanctum of Domination, and it was just absurdly difficult. Way too early into that raid. 20 people is too much. Needs to be cut to 15 or 10. I like 40. I mean, I think like that's why I still have like a spark of interest in Classic, because I really like the biggest groups like as a raiding team. Like I like that concept. The problem is the content's just too hard. Like, it's not like in Classic it was like you can just literally find any 40 people and you're fine. So it was more like about social stuff than difficulty. But now it's like basically trying to do like a really hard piece of content, so you have to have 20 excellent players, which is really hard to do. I think a big issue for Mythic raiding is the bosses that damn near require weak auras. Well, that's true too. The difficulty of the bosses has gotten really weird because of how many add-ons end up helping with them. We'll be interested to see how Mythic raiding changes based on what Ian said about add-ons. Yeah, he did say that, and that sounds like that's something they're committing to. Did somebody stop this? 40 would be hard to get and hard to balance. Yeah, I mean, it was never balanced in Classic. That's part of why I liked it, to be honest, because you can literally just take any 40 people. My favorite times rating in the last few years of me doing it were the first few weeks of the expansion when there'd be like 30 people on. We just like crush normal and heroic. And then after that, it stopped being fun, especially as a tank. I think the big problem was tanking. I heard a lot from Ian about overlapping mechanics. He may tune that down some. Oh, yeah. Well, I do enjoy doing delves for sure. Last week I did far fewer of them because I'm starting to get where they're supplanted by Mythic Plus. If I can get Mythic level gear from delves, I would spam them. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. But I mean, like, do you find them fun? Like, or is it something that you see yourself doing? I think my big issue with delves is that they need to be way better for leveling. I don't know, maybe they are now. I haven't tried, but if delves continue to not be leveling content, then I probably will never do delves. But if they are actually content that you can do while leveling, I would love it so much. Like, they give almost nothing experience-wise, right? Last time I checked, at least. AOTC in the first week or two is fun to do, to be honest. Yeah, no doubt. I really like the, I like the beginning when you can just bring anybody and just do that. And then once it starts becoming more and more difficult, it stops being as fun. It's the right difficulty where you can just kind of sit back and play the game without a whole lot of thought. Right, yeah. And the other cool thing about, like you said, the early weeks is, like, not everybody is, like, obsessed with min-maxing bullshit in the raid yet. Like, you know what I mean? Kind of a better version of WoW. Really, just everything that sucks about WoW is community-driven. It's really shitty, but it's just the case at this point. Like, the game continues to get worse, and it's not the game. It's always the people. 100% Mythic raiding needs to change as a Mythic raider. I do not find it fun or enjoyable to have a raid boss like Brood Twister require every member to have a weak aura. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like that may be on the docket, so. I'm doing them as DPS. I feel like I'm constantly in danger, so there is always a certain level of difficulty to them. Yeah, that's partially why I want delves to be better for leveling content, because I don't really plan on playing characters at max level, but it would be really cool to do harder content than just world quests solo on a DPS spec. Like, doing them as a Blood Death Knight is very, very boring. It was actually a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be, but it was only in the very beginning when I was undergeared. Then when I started doing them, like, middle of the season, it was like, oh, okay, these are, like, just absurdly boring now. But I would like to do them as DPS specs. I just don't play DPS specs outside of leveling challenges, so. As a Mythic Raider, 100% Mythic doesn't need to change at all. Oh, no, not at all. I kind of added that, but maybe that's not what you would say. I mean, I like I said, I haven't raided in a long time, but it depends on what you want from it. Like, for me, I always liked it. I liked it to be equal parts difficult and equal parts social, you know? And now it's, like last time I did it, at least it's not. It's like 95% difficult and 5% social. And I think part of that is the game. I think a lot of that's the community. I think it's mostly the community, honestly. Because even when I raided with this guild a little bit after I stopped raiding Mythic, even like some of their people, like, who are just like, I mean, it's, you guys are struggling to clear heroic. Like, how the fuck can you possibly care about this stuff? They're still like social, like, is secondary, you know? They're still like parse whores and shit, like farming normal bosses. It's really weird. The game's culture has just become really weird. I think of delves like Torghast. If it could be tuned for leveling, it would be 100% more fun. Well, you can no, so like they can be done while leveling. They just give nothing. Like, it's to level a character through delves, it would take you probably weeks. Like, the last time I did it, I don't know, maybe it's better now. I mean, honestly, it might be, because there's so many like experience buffs and shit. It might be better now, but I guess those are about to go away anyway, though. But yeah, it's like really fucking good content for leveling, and they give like no experience, so I was really disappointed with that. I think it took me 6 or 7 delves to get that hunter from 70 to whatever the first, like, yeah, the first level. And each delve probably took like 20 minutes, so that means we're talking about like 2 hours for one level. Gustav, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Happy New Year to you as well. The time commitment is way too high for the average player for Mythic raids. I'm not trying to play 4 hours a night, 4 nights a week. Yeah, I think that goes back to the difficulty, yeah. But I think they handled that. I think that's with the buff. Like there's a buff, right, every week. That's pretty good. I feel like a lot of people die countless times, eventually figure it out, then it becomes easy to them. However, they forget what it took for them for it to become easy. What do you mean? You talking about raiding again, or are we talking about delves? I can't tell at this point. If you're doing 4 hours a night, 4 days a week, and you're still on brood, that's on you guys, not the raid. That was obviously an exaggeration, I assume, but you don't think it's become harder? This was one of the easiest ones in a long while, but was it because of the buff? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the buff is that, addressing that. So I miss Mythic raiding, but I just don't have the time nor the energy anymore. Yeah, I miss the social stuff. That's what I said. This tier was a giant step back. Good, okay. Well, that's good at least. I think that's good for everybody. I like the way they're handling it with the buff. It 100% has become harder, but the players are better on average now too. Yeah, that's true. And add-ons really are more advanced now, right? If you want to be a social raider, I think heroic guilds are still thriving. Maybe. Like I said, I tried it here, and it was still not the way I would have liked it. It was a weird situation because the guild was like, I don't know. It was strange. Somehow, like 10 years ago, we had better experiences socially doing the hardest content in the game than we do now doing the easiest content in the game. And I don't know if that's just people or bad luck or what. I don't know what it is, but it's really just been a constant decline. Oh shit. It's been a constant decline for me socially in this game. Luckily the game itself is excellent, but yeah, wanting to be part of a community regularly has been a huge challenge for me. The buff's at 14% already. Oh, it's not even maxed out yet? That's crazy. I thought it would be maxed out by now. What does it go to? Is it infinite? That's actually a really great system. I really, really like that system. I wish I was still rating for that system. I became stubborn monks who refuse. I blame stubborn monks who refuse to switch covenants. Well, you were like one of a few people who were still trying to enjoy the game the way it should be enjoyed. And that's what I'm saying. Like years ago, it was not like that, you know? Years ago, you can just enjoy your character the way that you want, and you know, if you just are mechanically skilled, will succeed. But that stopped being true for a while. 18% is the max. Is it really? Rating, delves, mythic plus, whatever the content is. People who say something is easy forget about what it took for it to become easy for them. This is actually a good point, regardless of the topic, because I always had trouble with this as a raid leader, trying to get good like pieces of evidence we can use to improve our gameplay. Like everybody was like, oh, you just watched like Method or whatever at the time, and it's like, but it's literally just them killing the boss, and they obviously have mastered it at that point. It's just down to numbers, you know. Whereas like the average guild, that like the kill time by the time we got to the fights, it's like the numbers are not going to be the reason we don't succeed here. So I need to find groups that are failing so I can learn what they're failing to and how they overcome it, not just watch them kill it. Like it doesn't help at all, you know. Another fucking wipe. This dungeon really blows, man. I don't know what the hell's going on with this shit. I guess I need to start like taking them all the way out or something. I'm not sure why this keeps happening. Can you guys run out and not die to this? Oh, I guess we're just gonna die to the water now. Anyway, everything got super min-maxy. Can't get into groups and stuff if you're playing what you want. Yeah, that's what I was saying pretty much. It stopped being about the social, like it stopped being about the culture. That was like the #1 thing that I enjoyed about the guild, with the culture. I play tank and heals because I got tired of sitting around for 2 hours. It's funny how in SOD at the moment I'm playing a two-handed Holy Pally. Oh yeah? Is that because of a weapon or something like that? Because usually two-handed is just way worse because you don't get armor. What is this? Person's still fighting the spotter. That's funny. Yeah, ironically, SOD might be the best product to raid in at all, it seems. Because anybody who's still playing it is enjoying the game, and it has so many different ways you can play your character. My gear sucks, but I got a good 2-hander from raid, and I got carried. Oh yeah. It's a mindset thing. I always view it as me dying during progress because I'm fucking bad at the game. Once I stop being bad, then I can actually assess the boss, and that is often not that hard, right? Yeah, it's like you're inexperienced, really, more than bad. I think it's what raiding is all about, and it's always been about. But that was the problem that I was just describing. Was it was like it's no longer about that experience and growing as a team. It became about like, well, you're not playing the best spec in Covenant, then you're not even trying. You know what I mean? And it's just like really weird dynamics that evolved. Dude, I got picked up while I was in a different zone from the ruins of AQ, and I just got randomly whispered, heal AQ. And I responded, sure, but my gear is bad. And they didn't respond to me. They just invited you. That's funny. We one-shot everything, and I had no clue what was going on. That's really weird. I wonder why they did that. There's that few people maybe playing. I don't know. That's strange. Sander, welcome back, man. How was your holiday? Yeah, I think if I was going to play anything, it would be SOD at this point, but just, nah, I don't have no time for or interest for that either, really. I think a lot of people did not like Phase 3 with incursions. The downfall of SOD popularity needs to be studied. The version was so popular for like a month. Well, yeah, it was. I think it was always going to be popular, just like regular Classic. Like, most people like leveling and that kind of stuff. I think endgame Classic always kind of is just worse than leveling for a lot of people. As much as these idiots refuse to admit it, Classic really is like the best casual game that you can play. And I think most people play it that way without even realizing it. What is this? What are we stopping this mob? Is there a reason for that? That's interesting. I don't know what the benefit of that is. What do we get out of killing that? I don't even know. It's a funny thing that you can do, but I don't think it helps. Seems like we're wasting a lot of effort on it. How you been? I've been alright, yeah. Took a break from the game and such. Yeah, I definitely did that too. Can you explain about your TBC project? Yeah, so basically I'm trying to make like a fully custom version of WoW. It was like everything. Like, the first thing I did was totally revolutionize the gearing schema in WoW. So I took all stats, or well, first of all, I took all stamina off gear, and I put 3 sockets on every single item in the game, including like level 1 items. And then I made basically like a system that is going to drop gems very, very frequently. Not like super frequently, but like quite frequently. And then I changed enchanting, so instead of getting enchanting materials, you get gems. And so like the main gearing schema is going to be creating gems that improve your character's power to meet the rising challenges. And said rising challenges are that I made it so every mob in the game does 200% more damage to you effectively by just adding a spell aura that makes you take 200% more damage from all sources. So the game's meant to be much, much harder, but you have way, way, way more customization over what your character's gearing schema is and how you can overcome that difficulty. And you theoretically could make like a spell power rogue type thing, like you know, fun stuff like that, where you're gonna have like hundreds of stat allocations through these gems that you're gonna be able to customize your character with. But on top of that, I only recently figured this out, so I've been starting to work on this for the last few weeks, but I finally figured out how to change talents in the TBC client. And oh, what am I lagging? It's not. Just, anyway, I finally figured out how to change the talents in the TBC client. So I have been messing with talents as well. I talked about this last week on stream, but basically I wanted there to be a kind of more of like a Diablo spell system than the regular WoW spell system. And I had this idea where like you can put 70 talent points into one talent and just max that shit out. I think that would be fucking awesome. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't seem possible in the TBC client. I'm not sure it's possible in any client. But I am going to look into seeing if I can make it happen. But I've been told that you need to edit the actual source code of the thing, which I have already overwritten, so I don't think I can now at this point, but maybe. But either way, Yeah, I really like that idea. So instead what I've just been doing is making the talents that do exist way more interesting or dynamic. Like, for example, I've taken away a lot of the PvP talents and replaced them with like set bonuses or more interesting talents to give you a lot more options when you level up and be a lot more powerful and be a lot more interesting. But one major thing I've done is like any like 2-point talent I've turned into a 5-point talent to really give you that sense of like, okay, well now we really have to choose. Like, it's not just some cookie cutter shit. Like, there's a lot of options. Like, you now have like probably like, say if there was like 40 choices to put talents into before, there's probably now like 80, you know what I mean? So your ret tree has like so many different options that you can put every single point into the ret tree and still not be done with it. But then, yeah, that's kind of where we've been at on that. And I've just been trying to make the ground up class design and gearing as fun as possible for now. Anyway, I didn't record, but I got in a miss 13 twice last night. On the first run, we got to the second boss, and I pinged the correct flower, but the enhanced summon pinged the wrong one, and they killed it, and we wiped. Oh, that would have been a good one to record, yeah. Only important question, can you add classes to your TBC client? No. It's possible, but I'm not going to be doing that. Monk, I don't know how the hell you would add a monk. If anything, I would add a Death Knight. That was one thing that kind of made me think I did choose wrong, though, because like all this time I could have made a Death Knight that would have been playable from level 1, I bet. Which is something that's still like, I still really want to do that. The Unholy Death Knight in your group does AUG damage, oh yeah. I mean, it's like probably not going to be in time one way or the other, I guess. Maybe that's why. 7 deaths doesn't help. That's what I'm saying. Add Death Knights, then it's a slippery slope to monks. Well, it's just like probably not possible to add monks is the thing. Like, if you were going to try to add it, you would have to take a TBC client and port all their assets over, or a Wrath client, which is technically possible, but I don't know. You can't get the mob, like the monk assets aren't going to work because they're not, like they don't even have talents, right? Like, how do you add a monk without talents? Monk talents are the mob talents, so they only have 5 talent points basically. There's a couple people who made custom classes, but it's like it requires like actual editing of the code instead of just the databases, so I barely am good enough to edit the databases at this point. I've only just figured it out. Why did you lust on that pack? I think they lusted primarily because they knew they can get one more in and they didn't want to waste it, but we've lusted very poorly this dungeon. I've been leveling a hunter on hardcore when I'm done with all the vault slots for the week. Oh yeah. Classic's a very fun thing, and that's why I've been messing around with the TBC stuff and the classic stuff for all these years, because it's very fun, but it's missing something if you're trying to play it as a single player game, which obviously Blizzard didn't want you to do, but that's how it's being done now. When you said you don't have time for SOD, is it because of your streaming content being Pug Mythic Plus? Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not going to stop streaming one way or the other just to play it. That's what your question was? I think it would have to be around the stream hours, you know? Yeah, no, I mean, nobody's going to watch me play that. I tried playing Classic on the other channel, and it was alright the first few days, but it was like peaking at like 40 viewers, so can't really afford to do that. But if it's so fun that it's like, yeah, like you know, the classic choice was not about, it was about fun there, you know, and it stopped being fun. That's why I stopped. But if Season of Discovery was fun enough, I would definitely consider. Yeah, I was thinking about it at one point, like maybe just not streaming Friday here and then just always streaming Classic Friday, but yeah. I feel like Phase 7 will come around the same time as Season 2. Yeah, that was another reason that I never got into SOD. It came out at really bad times. So we'll just not pull that final pack then. I know Metro didn't lust. I was wondering if I would have been better to lust on the boss. At that point, I think it's better to have 2 lusts there, yeah. Since we used it so poorly, it's like now we're kind of just fucked. Better to just get the extra one in.
Full fathom five, your bones shall lie. Beware.
I'm only assuming that because of the PTR for Phase 7 coming around the same time as Season 2 PTR. Oh yeah. Well, Season 2 PTR isn't even live testable yet, so I don't know. It's the 7. The 7's been up for a while now, right? I think it'll probably come out well before Season 2. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if they do add Death Knights. Like I said, I kind of hope they don't secretly because I really just don't know. I don't want to play it, but I would like to play it if they add Death Knights. So I'm really gonna be worn thin. I guess the big thing though is if like Death Knight is only a max level thing, then I probably still wouldn't play it. Like I'm not gonna have time to do endgame content anyway, probably. So I guess it would depend on how it works. Any plans for New Year's? Nope. Do World of Warcraft related activities. It's like a busy week for me, so I really, like, it's not even a holiday. Like I'll be streaming today and tomorrow, and I still have a bunch of shit I need to do today and tomorrow that are not like in any way a holiday, so. Yeah, I mean, I don't even look at it as a holiday. I guess normal people have tomorrow and maybe today off, but I'm trying to get back to the schedule after missing last week entirely. It's weird I'm finding myself getting hyped when I see new SOD posts. Yeah, no, it's good, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's like I said, man, if I had, like if my life was like it used to be, I would definitely be playing SOD right now. It's just the thing for me is just like I can create a better version of the game than they did for me. So it's like really hard to be wanting to do it outside of endgame content. Like I wanted to at least level a character, see how they did it, but it's like then they just give you all the runes and it's just like that just sapped all my interest at that point. I know you don't have to get them, but it's like it would be hard to not like want to get them, you know. So yeah, I mean I can just, that's why I never played SOD Phase 1, because it's like I can do a better job than they're doing. But what really looks good is the endgame content. It's just I don't have time for it. Like the end game group content that you wouldn't really be able to make alone. For me, it's just a good product, classic feel of the gameplay, but a more modern play style. Yeah, that's why I think I would like it, because I've always like the idea of like classic plus gameplay has always been interesting to me. Like the core formula of classic plus better spells and better balance and everything. I said they should have did this in 2019. In fact, I made a whole video on it. It's got like 100k views about why I thought they were going to do it eventually. I was wrong, but I was also kind of right because it just came in the form of Season of Mastery and Season of Discovery. Just not in the Classic Era product, which I didn't know that was going to be on the table. That they're going to have 2 different timelines, basically, of Classic. Well, now they have 3. How old are you? I'll be 36 in March. Everybody I know has lost interest in SOD over time, so happy to see there are still people that are eager for it. It's a great product, yeah. That's why I said this would be the place to go now, because the people who are there are actually like interested in playing the game now, you know. They're not fucking hard. Like, that was ultimately what was the nail in the coffin again for me this time around with Classic. Was like, I see people like hard reserving loot from Upper Blackrock Spire and like BRD and shit in trade chat, and it's just like, oh man, I'm just done. This is just not the game that I fell in love with. Taking content that's like already not farmable and making it even less replayable is just so boring. You pretty much like need to be in a guild that has a good atmosphere, and I don't have the time for it. Time to find it, really, more than anything. The season is so dead, I can't play on anything. What does that mean? No problems here. With SOD nearing its end, most likely, it's exciting to see what's going to happen. I don't think it's going to end. That's what made me interested in it again. Because they said at that like fake BlizzCon that they were gonna, there was not gonna be, they have no plans to end it, is what they said. Which was what made me want to do it, because it's like, oh shit, alright, well that's cool now, because if it means I can actually like take my time and level a character and explore every inch of it, then maybe I'm interested again. Cannoli, what's up, buddy? How's your day going? Day so far is so good. They need to reduce the number of game modes. Community is so splintered. You mean like clients? Like Classic, SOD, all these things? I would have agreed with that, but it's actually going pretty well. Like, I would have, when Classic came out, I was like, this is gonna really fucking suck for everybody. But it's actually fine. Like, they developed their own communities, and those communities are still really passionate and really strong. So I would have agreed with you about 6 years ago, but now it's just not. It's like worked out fine. They don't need to do anything now. If you're talking about actual game modes, like you mean like heroic versus normal raid, then I still agree with that for sure. I'll never disagree with that, but they don't agree with it. Like, there's no, like, they obviously don't want to do that, so it doesn't really matter. That was one thing that I said was like the decline of the guild schema too for us over the years was in Wrath. Like, if you wanted to raid, you had to join a guild and you had to do normal raid. There was no other raids. You couldn't do LFR, you couldn't fucking buy carries, you know, all this shit. Like, so we had a lot of people come into the game who were genuinely interested in raiding, and just that. And it was like, okay, we can work with this. Like, we had a lot of influx of people who were just interested in playing the game. But then as they started, like, LFR comes out, and then normal comes out, and then, you know, now we're not doing heroic, now we're doing mythic, so there's like 4 difficulties, and it's like, all right, a lot of people who might be interested in raiding are just not going to get into mythic. It's like, now you just have only people who are like, I don't even know, like, what kind of people you describe them as. Like, people who are, like, serious about their character, but not serious about raiding. Those are, like, the majority of the people playing at that level. And then as that culture became worse and worse, now it became, like, totally unfun to play with. Did they say that? Yeah, we reacted to it on stream when it happened. 100% they said it. From a financial standpoint, WoW is doing well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no going back from that. That's for sure. It's working out. If you removed anything but retail, then you would at least lose 90% of the players on those mode. They wouldn't go back to retail. Right, there's no reason for them to remove it, is what I'm trying to say. Like, normal is easy enough. LFR just needs to go. Yeah, I don't think they should have both. Like, I really don't see a reason to have both. My idea was get rid of normal raids and normal dungeons for a long time. And they kind of did that with dungeons, but it didn't work out at all, obviously. Well, we finished a key. Good start. Yeah, we actually... Oh, yeah, I forgot we actually wiped there. Yeah, so that's a pretty good key then, considering we wiped. Last week I had a tank and Ellie Shaman start fighting near the end of Echo 11, which would have been an upgrade for me. And the tank decided he would prove a point and pulled everything, wiping us. Is that bannable? If he does it a lot, yes, but once, no, obviously not. I mean, should it be bannable? Yes, but it's not. Blizzard's not going to just ban somebody for doing it one time over. But that's why you want to record your runs, man. If you send that in to me, I'll happily raise awareness around that player. And potentially, you know, make it easier for people to avoid that kind of person. LFR still made sense from a purely casual perspective. Normal needs to go. We just need casual, raider, and hardcore raider. I agree. Yeah, one way or the other. I mean, I don't like LFR because it's like not raiding. Like the fact that you die and you get like value from dying. You know what I mean? Like you get a buff when you die. That's not how the game should ever fucking work. Like that's ridiculous. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Just that normal and LFR are competing with each other. Normal is like literally there for like week 1. Like that's it. After that, normal is totally useless. I don't know why it's in the game. But I like the story mode concept, so I'd rather they just stick with that and get rid of LFR in terms of that too. And just go all in on the story mode thing, make it the whole raid. And then no loot from it, and then make normal and heroic actual good difficulties. DK did pretty well overall, I don't know. They have story mode, yeah, but it's only for the last boss. It's not like a full raid. Story mode was really fun, and it gave me a token to craft a heroic item level. Yeah, that was them just like, hey, come do this. We want you to do this. Looks like they're adding some cool unused weapons in the next raid. Oh, yeah. Cantrip items again, yeah. Why do I keep getting items in my mail? That's weird. Lots of keys now. Miss 14. Line up to those first. You upgraded the siege, right? Oh yeah, you're right. We did. You're right. I was so sure that we weren't upgrading it after we wiped at that point that I. Yeah, great point. Thanks for alerting me to that. I've been making that mistake more and more. I feel like I probably have messed up the spreadsheet here and there. Unfortunately. Yeah, the story mode is cool. It's just literally the last boss, though. It's just kind of stupid. You don't even get to see the full raid. Yeah, I'd want to just see the, you know, the story mode be a more, like, anybody who wants LFR, they should just have story mode, and that's that. Because LFR is just not good for anybody. It's not what the game's supposed to be. You're not supposed to, like, I also really don't like how you get ported to the raid. I feel like raiding is inexorably connected to the world. That's one of the last bastions of it in the game. So the fact that you can just get instantly teleported to the raid wherever you are in the continent, and like any continent, it's like, I fucking hate that. That's the #1 thing that needs to get removed from LFR. How can I upgrade my ring this week? Apparently you have to finish the bar, like the weekly world quest thing or something. Hey, we got invited to 14. 14 mists. Alright. Well, we were going to go do this, but now it's off the mists. Not Miss a Pandaria. Miss a turn a scythe. Speaking of raiding, being connected to the world, I've spent the last 8 minutes making my way to the other continent for a raid. Yeah, that's like how it all started for me in Classic. What is the you guys are about to get in an argument? Try not to, please. There's charm there. Yep. Oh yeah, that's what makes Classic WoW so good. It's the world, and that like Live WoW still has it. It's still very good. It's just nowhere near as good as Classic. It got it back when we got Dragon Raiding. To be honest, Dragon Raiding is such a good addition to the world because it makes traveling the world actually interesting. Like you have to care about it now. Hey Geg, what's up, man? How was your holiday? Glad to see Geg here. I've been great, man. Now, Tom's definitely not an idiot. I don't know what he's about to disagree with you on, but he's a very well-spoken human being. Nice that you got into a 14. Yeah, finally, right? There is nothing to enlighten him on. A large portion of the player base is at that difficulty level. Why would you take both versions of the raid away from them? So for me personally, I think a lot of those people are not there willingly. Like, I think they're just there because they have no desire to go any further. And that's why I was saying, like, it was really healthy for the game when the only way to experience this content was the way it was intended to be done, right? So, like, to me, normal and also LFR is like a concession. It's like, we get it, raiding is too hard for you guys, but we still want you to do the raid. Okay, so take those out, make that story mode. Now, if you just want to see the raid, but not actually raid, like, because that's what that is equivalent of, right? Like, you're not actually raiding an LFR. You're basically just doing a bunch of weird shit that looks like raiding. Like, the fact that you get a fucking buff when you wipe, that's not raiding. If that's how Mythic raiding worked, I'd still be raiding, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think if you want people to just see the content, then let them go see it free of charge, like no issues there, but don't expect them to get gear and rewards from that. And then if they want the gear and progression that normal like raids used to offer, they have to go do the actual hard version of the game, and that gets like your regular type of player interested in raiding again. Whereas like somebody like me, like I'm just not gonna raid, you know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to do it. There's some gear and stuff, but it was like, it's just not interesting to me at this point. It's too difficult, and there's not a good social cohesion to it. I can just do Mythic Plus. And so if those things didn't exist, then I would have, like, you know what I mean? Like, if those things didn't exist as options, then I would have to raid. Not a one-to-one comparison, but that's how I've looked at it over the years. And like I said, as a GM of a guild for 13 years, we had a substantial down... like, there was... I could remember very distinctly in Wrath, like, a lot of players were like, well, I'm endgame now. What do I do? Raid? All right, join a guild. Like, that was it. That was the progression path for you as a player, you know? But now it's like, okay, there's so many different things that can be branched out into. And maybe if you didn't see his original comment, that's how it all started, was they need to reduce the number of game modes. Community is so splintered at the moment. Yeah, and I don't agree that it's killing WoW, but I agree that it's splintered and it could be better. Metro, check Discord. I sent you a DM. Okay. Oh, I'm good on the WeCore, man. Thanks, though. I don't like to have like a bunch of random add-ons and stuff doing stuff I can do myself. There are plenty of guilds that take weeks to clear normal and then take weeks to clear heroic. That is progress. I think the majority of these players could start in heroic or even do mythic. Yeah, my point is that those people don't have a desire to go forward, and that's the issue. If you take those modes away from them, then they'll have to get better and they'll have to play in groups that are better. And it would have solved all the problems with the guild that I ultimately had to disband after 13 years. They won't like it, and I don't expect Blizzard to do it because they won't like it, but it should be done. It's needed for the game. Is this like a US specific thing? I have not met a single player that progresses normal. I mean, it happened to me on US, but normal is not really. You don't really progress normal now. Something you do maybe a few weeks at max, but... What percentage of the players have AOTC this tier? Oh, I have no idea. Is there a way to look at that?
5,
People use LFR to get tier items early on mains and then on alts.
1.
Oh, yeah.
And now...
No, either way, it's not about how many people do it or don't do it. That's not the problem. The problem is that a lot of people do it because they just don't want to do anything higher, and that's a big issue from my perspective. They should want to do stuff that's higher because the game needs that to function. Like, if you only have like a certain type of player doing certain content, then the content becomes way less interesting. And that's ultimately why I stopped raiding. Why I stopped doing Mythic Raid, that is. Because it became just these people who are just like obsessed with bullshit meta and stuff that's like not even remotely fun to care about as a player like me. I'd rather wipe on the second boss in Mythic for the rest of the season with people I enjoy being a part of a group with than play with people like that, basically. Yeah, 14 finally. Hopefully this one goes well, but not going stellar so far. Plus we have an AUG, which is going to be really, really bad for this dungeon. I'm almost done simply because it's there, not because it forms in a... Am I lagging any? Yeah, I think it traps a lot of people. Is my thoughts on normal. Pugs feel so much worse this season. Oh, really? No change here. I think the game is just harder, and people are just not willing to get better at the game. We were kind of just talking about that, ironically. Because if the game was, you know, it wasn't possible to be doing easy content over and over again, then these players would have no choice but to get better at it. Did you see this week's ring upgrade? Yeah. Oh, it's in the storm? Really? No, nobody told me about that.
Pathetic creatures, worshipping sticks and leaves. Nature is meant to be controlled, conquered.
Beware.
Will conquer all.
Beware.
According to data for Azeroth, 13% of players have current AOTC. I think people who do Heroic and Mythic sometimes forget that they are playing a different game. That's not relevant, though. You're talking about, like, of all players who have a subscription or something? Or you're saying that there's 75% of the people who have done a raid boss have not entered Heroic or finished Heroic? Because don't forget, like, a lot of people don't even raid, right? Like, I don't have AOTC. What's this? Why is that mob at full health?
Beware.
My view is that the majority of players that progress normal and max out at Heroic are not doing that because they are trapped, but because they do have the skills. Because they do not have the skills to go higher. And that's what I'm saying. They're not going to get the skills because they don't try. That's my point. There's no incentive for them to try. Because they just spent like weeks on a difficulty that wasn't, like, it shouldn't be there in the first place, you know? If the only difficulty was Mythic, then they would have to get better at the game, and that would be good for everybody. Because then you'd have actual good players, like, develop skills on their own, and not just look at fucking streams of top players and copy what they're doing. Oh, this guy's been mind controlling this shit. That's why he died to it. That makes sense. No, they definitely have the potential. Everybody has the potential. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing stopping them. It's a video game. Especially given the tools we have. We just talked about this about add-ons, right? Like, everybody on the planet has the skills to be able to play a video game. They may not clear the raid, but they can clear a few bosses, that's for sure. Like, for years, we never cleared the raid. We only cleared the raid at the end of seasons, you know? And we still enjoyed ourselves and still had fun. WoW player is way too segmented for any meaningful conclusion to be drawn. Yeah, I don't. I think the stats are just not true. Like, they're just aggregating off based on shit that doesn't matter. You'd have to look at every raider who actively applies and tries themselves in raids, and that's not a stat you can measure. 13% is actually, that's not very low at all, I would say. If you're talking about literally like everyone who has a sub, that's pretty good. That's really high. I mean, considering like how many people even here in this stream we like know that don't raid, you know what I mean? Although I guess a lot of them maybe have ARTC still. They just did it once and they never did it again, but either way. I'm also not quite sure what players capping and hardcore is a good argument to keep normal or heroic. Heroic is their progression. Right, yeah, heroic would still exist in my eyes. I think it should exist. I think having 2 difficulties is good. 3 is too many. And then 4, obviously, we've talked about a big issue, but... I just liked it a lot more the way it used to be. We'd have plenty of good players. Plenty of players that were good socially come through a version of the game that you might think now that they would not be good enough to do Mythic, but it didn't matter. They were good people and I was willing to help them, and, you know, we made friends out of it. Like, I mean, like, Hop's really the best example.
Beware.
Hop was scared to do, would be scared to do normal raid at one point, and we did a lot of Mythic together, him and I. We had guys who only clicked, we had guys who had one arm, we had guys who were insane anxiety, and we did Mythic with all of them. So I don't buy that anybody out there can't succeed at that level, they just don't try. Unless you're like actually seriously physically disabled, there's nothing would stop you from succeeding. Doing Mythic plus with friends removes half the difficulty. Oh, really? It's true, I always felt like I would never be enough to even do a normal raid. I would have never even tried if it was not for you, yep. So there's a lot of players out there like that, 100%. I mean, I met some of them in this guild that I'm still in. Like, a lot of these people just stuck to normal and heroic because they didn't think they were good enough. But it's like, there's nothing stopping you guys. Like, you just don't apply yourself. You've never even tried. And a lot of it was really weird. They're like, oh no, Mythic's for somebody not like me, basically. Like, they just thought, they had this like stigma in their head about what it is and isn't. It's just all bad. You guys are still talking about the multiple difficulties? Yes. Crystal Veil. Is that, what is that? Is that new? I don't even know what that is. Where is that? Prince Thunderon? Oh! Oh yeah, that's cool. Where does that take place? Is that in Silithus? That's pretty cool. That's neat. See, the endgame content in SOD is really good. So much better than regular Classic. Should've just fucking played SOD, man. Yeah, I mean, if they remove LFR normal, then they would also, yeah, they would probably, well, they've already removed the bottom end of the 5-mans, to be honest, so I don't know that they still need to, but yeah, then the rest of the game could adjust. And it would really, really, really help this delve issue, ironically. If they got rid of the bottom half of PvE progression, then it would also stop these delve players from walking into heroic gear, basically. You still can. Like I said, I just don't have... Like, the leveling process is the main thing I would have been interested in at this point. And that interest is gone. Really, is this mob doing something? I'm really confused why this person has mind controlled this the whole time. Has anybody else ever seen this? First time I've ever seen this happen. I'm not saying the 3 levels of difficulty is good. I'm just saying that delves need to give everyone who plays the game a chance to experience the content. And that's what I'm saying. They've got their solution to that now with the story mode. So now it's probably time to get rid of LFR and go just story mode for anybody who wants to just experience it. Achilles, what's up? I got half a day of work off today. Currently drinking wine. Oh yeah, well I hope you don't get too hungover. I always had bad hangovers with wine. If I ever drink it, like to get drunk. So we're just gonna kill this mob now? Really confused by this behavior. Gives a 20% damage amp? Oh really? So why are we killing it? People get a load of gear from delves and apply to 7 with 0 radar score. How do they get invited? Because at that level, score is not like what you think it is. Most people at that level haven't finished all the keys, you know? So you don't need a lot of score to get invited to low keys. 7's not really talking about 7s, but like, yeah, the lower keys like 5s and 4s and stuff, like, there's a lot of people in there doing keys that have never done a key before in their lives, and they look like they're good invites because they're like 625 item level or something like that. WoW existed without a normal version for years before it was introduced. It's not part of the normal progression. Hardcore was heroic was always the entry level for mythic rating. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The second difficulty was fine. I didn't like it when they added in Wrath. I still think it was bad. I think there should only be one difficulty, but yeah. I think it's good to have at least two, one way or the other, to give people who are a little bit behind, like an on-ramp. Like, it's kind of like having an on-ramp, right? Like, you may not be ready for Mythic the day the raid opens, and that's fine. You can go do Heroic. And then you'll get a bunch of experience and gear and stuff from Heroic that will help you in Mythic. But if you start in Normal and then do Heroic, which are both very easy, you'll be like, alright, well, we've seen this. Like, I'm good now. I'm not going to go do it a third time, you know? And that's what's causing the problems. Adding Normal in now and saying removing it later means removing a rung in the progression ladder. Is to forget WoW. You're still arguing about this. Yeah, I mean, I definitely see both sides of the argument, but I think it needs to happen for the game's health. If they want to keep people rating, then that's what they need to do. They need to get rid of the lower difficulties and just make it story mode. Then anybody who's truly only interested in viewing the content and experiencing like the voice lines and the music and all that, they can go do that. And then anybody who actually wants to raid, they have to raid the difficulty version that is meant to be there. Happy New Year, Metro. It's 2025 there. Oh shit. Is it all right so far? I think it's gonna be all right here too. We'll see. It's coming up soon. This guy gets me. Well, I've been, if you're talking about me, I've been arguing for this since before they added, like I said, we've been talking about this since Cataclysm pretty much. The 10 and 25 man split I look at as one of the worst decisions Blizzard ever made as a company. Because that's what led them down this path, having 4 different difficulties and all this shit. I just don't understand the motivation behind it. If you force people to tackle a higher difficulty, then you lose 90% of the players. That's fine, yeah. I don't like... why do you think I would care about that? You're already not playing with those people. I don't like... What does the total player base mean for me as a player? I don't give a shit about that whatsoever. You're already not playing with those people as a Mythic Raider, so why would I care if they play or don't play? But even 5% of them going from Heroic to a Mythic atmosphere and being better socially than the people we played with over the years, like, that's fine. Like, that's worth everything else we lose. Mythic rating is very rewarding. Feels accomplished by killing a hard boss. Yeah, well, that's true too. I agree. Like, that feeling of rating is definitely something I miss, because for years I would have said there's no better feeling in the game than that moment when you've spent 250 pulls on a boss and then everybody, pure exultation when you kill it, you know? Just screaming at the top of their lungs and waking everybody up in their family, you know? Like, I love that. That's missed very heavily. But the last few, like, serious kills we got, it was, like, mostly, like, finally. That's, like, literally, that was the difference. Like, people used to, like, fucking revel in it, and then it became, like, how the fuck did we not kill this sooner? Like, it was, like, the whole game mentality changed. And that just, yeah, really was a symbolic shift in the game for me. Less players means less subs, hurts the game. I don't care about that. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, as the person making these decisions on Blizzard's end, I don't expect them to do them. But as the person making the decisions from the player base's end, I expect them to do them. Because these decisions are bad for the game and the system's goals. So if all they care about is money, then they should just start making a shop mount every week. Like, I don't... If all we're worried about is the sub cost, then obviously it's not. Like, it's not being maximized as it is right now, so I don't think this is a valid reason to do or don't do something. How would you feel if they kept it labeled as Flex, Normal, and Heroic like it was in Saw and Siege of Orgrimmar? I don't know what that would even mean. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking, sorry. Less players equals less subs equals less money to develop the content you would like to see. You would think that, but with Classic and all the stuff feeding money in, I really don't buy it. I don't think less players means anything, and I don't think people would quit the game. I really don't. Like, how many people only play this game to do normal raid? I really don't think anybody. I'm sure there's people who only raid to do normal raid, but would they actually quit the video game because normal raid not existing? I don't really get it. If there was a few people, it wouldn't be surprising. But if there's like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I don't. There's no. You'd really struggle to convince me of that. How is whether normal or LFR existing you in any way? I explained it very well, so you're just not listening. I can tell you're heated about this. Hey Bliss, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How the hell are you? How's your day? Are we? No fooling you. I don't know what that was. Somebody went into the wrong one. This key's way over. You think people are unsubbing simply because they can't Mythic Raid? Because I don't. No, I don't think anybody's changing the way they play the game because of a normal or like neither difficulty is influencing their subscriptions. I really don't buy that. Like if anything, it would be Mythic. You know, it would be the people who are in committed guilds long term. The normal guilds, they like hit their walls and stop. Like so, they would be the ones who are unsubscribing if anything. Hey, Daiko, you're still in Arizona, man. How's your holiday? Okay, I also wanted to test this out. We talked about this. Well, it needs to not be frozen. Break it out. Stop stunning it! I taunted it. It's definitely still on that guy. I don't know, maybe I had to taunt at the start. This one, yeah. Very nice. I'll stay till February. Holy shit. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. That's cool, though. They could just remove LFR and replace it with story mode. Yeah, that would be step one. Like, the normal one is a bit aggressive. I can agree with that, but LFR goes 100%. No point in LFR nowadays that we got story mode. And I think they probably know that, and that's why they added it, and they might be thinking about it, you know? Our business always has a long winter break, so I go away for 3 months. Oh, okay, so it's like intentional. I wasn't sure if it was like something happened that you had to go there. You only talked about it in general. What would change for you and your gameplay? My gameplay? I would be a Mythic Raid leader again. I would still be a Mythic Raid leader.
Beware.
On me again. Guess we'll just ice block it. Or I mean, Icebound Fortitude it. That's why I said, like, the main reason I stopped raiding was because it was just constantly just people that I didn't want to be around. And that influx of, like, actual human beings who enjoyed World of Warcraft for what it was, just, they were gone. And the only place to find those is in the low difficulty raids. Which I did not want to do. Like, it's not fun to do those raids. Like, I don't enjoy doing them. I don't know if people enjoy them or what, but like heroic's alright, but like normal is beyond boring. Like it is awful, especially as a tank. It was just really nice to raid difficult content with people who were actually interested in the game and were good human beings that weren't just there to like hop on each other's back and try to parse. And like it was a very weird atmosphere how the game and how raiding changed over the years from like your middle end group. Like I'm sure if the absolute top end hasn't changed substantially, but the middle end, like the way we played, it had changed so dramatically from like WoD to Season of I keep saying Sanctum of Domination, not Season of Discovery. From WoD to Sanctum of Domination, that it was like almost unrecognizable. A queuable raid has to stay for the turbo casuals. That's what I mean. Like I think that's why you have story mode. You don't. So like the thing about LFR is it's really not raiding. And I blame LFR, like 90% of my critique is with LFR. I think normal should go too, but that's really incidental to my thoughts on LFR. Like it's just secondary. LFR is causing the problem. Now I don't know how much of a problem it's still causing, but in the beginning of it, it was a huge issue. Because people were seeing LFR as like a viable way to play, and they were playing it and experiencing things that are not relevant to raiding. Like the fact that you can get a buff when you fail I'll always come back to this. Like this should not be in the game. And it sets people up into thinking like, okay, failure is not something you have to overcome in raiding. So then when they go do harder difficulty, they're like, well, this is not like I expected it to be, you know? They've gotten set up for a situation that's not realistic for the rest of the game. So LFR should have never existed, especially the way it is now. I mean, you could make an easy queuable version, but you still have to fly there, and you still have to progress, and you still have to be a good group mate and not just be fucking AFK and shit. And you, like, I think the big thing about LFR too is like, you can't control your group at all. That's totally fucked up. Like, the raid leader is a factor. Like, it should be a factor. Like, you should have a raid leader. And the fact that LFR is just like a bunch of random idiots who don't like want anything to do with each other is really strange. That's not raiding. Your take is that people have a similar appreciation of WoW as you do. Often don't see them need to push themselves, and the game gives them an option to go easy. And you don't care about what percentage of them would stop raiding, but only about your pool being bigger. Yeah, that's, yeah. Like, it's obviously a selfish perspective, but like, that's just my perspective. Like, I don't care about Blizzard making money. I don't gain anything from it. I don't think there's any substantial value to them having a sub or something. Like, I don't think the sub number is as much as anything else right now. Like, I think it matters, but I don't think it's like the only way they get money anymore, you know? So even if like half the population quit to this, which I highly, highly, highly doubt that would happen, I really don't think there's a substantial amount of people, you know, only playing the game to raid normal or something. I don't think that exists. But even if a large percentage of the people did quit, I think it would still be fine. Like, the game makes enough money from all its other stuff that it would still be able to continue to make content, and those people would come back, you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to quit for good. They're still going to come back and see the content through story mode the first few weeks of the season. Story mode Queen was actually quite good. Yeah, I would like to see them do it for the whole raid. That's step one. If you want to fix this problem in my eyes, step one. Story mode, whole raid, remove LFR. That's step one. Now, if you do that, then we're talking. But there's a lot of steps to get to that step, I think, that are probably not aware. Like, I'm probably not aware of them. Also, don't forget the group loot makes the design more awful in LFR. Queue with a friend and they can roll for you, or people who simply run the raid to try and sell something. Yeah, it's like totally degenerate. Like, it's not raiding. It's really not in any way raiding. So LFR 100% is gone. Like, there's no. I thought about this. I wanted to make videos on this in Legion, BFA, Shadowlands. I've always said. I remember Tokes and I used to get arguments about it all the time. Like, I always wanted to make a video on it, but I just could never get my, like, it would be like a 2-hour video if I made a video on it. That's how many issues I have with LFR. So I've just never actually done it, even though I've literally said I was going to do it many times. It's been a topic in my head for many, many years. Now, the normal, like I said, the normal thing is just incidental. Like, I don't really, if normal stays, it's like, okay, it could be better, but I get it. They don't want to get rid of normal. But LFR definitely 100% needs to go, and it's not the first time I've thought about it. I don't know, I joined a guild for a raid. They used Discord and they couldn't kill the second boss. They decided to go back to normal, yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, like, those people have that out, right? Like, instead of trying to get better at the game, they're just like, alright, well, whatever. You know? Whereas in the old days, it was like, if you wanted to raid, you had to rise to the occasion. And it created a better atmosphere for everybody who played the game. Nowadays, it feels like the only people who, like, or, like, again, nowadays meaning Sanctum of Domination, basically. The last time I experienced a game at this level, it seemed like most of the people who were raiding at the level we were raiding at were just these same people that we're running into in Mythic Plus. And, like, they think they're way better than they are. They're just sitting there, like, beating off to fucking top streamers, thinking, like, everything they say and do is gospel, and, like, oh, these raids are easy for them, so they should be easy for us. And if they're not easy for us, then we're bad, and we're getting into arguments about being bad, and we're dissecting players that are good people and human beings, but they're not maximizing their class and spec and everything. Like, these people are now bad people and they need to be removed from the raid and all this. It's like, holy fuck, man, it just got way out of control. It went from being the most fun thing in the game to the least fun thing in the game for me in a very, very short period of time. It's really over about a 4-year stretch that it went from being my favorite thing to do in the game to my least favorite thing to do in the game. So Metro, about those underground military bases, I don't know, well, you've been talking about the drone shit. That's getting more and more crazy, I feel like. For higher end guilds, normal and heroic are just used for tier and trinkets, right? And that's another issue, yeah. And then they're potentially being, like, used by people who don't need them for progression. I look at that as a bad thing too. Maybe not everybody does, but I don't personally believe that they should be an option. Like, I think what they should have done out of the gate, if you're having multiple difficulties, is you should be loot locked. If you do one, it's like loot locked. You're not able to do it on a higher difficulty and get loot. You can still do it for progression, but if you're going to farm heroic and then expect to use that gear for mythic, I don't think that's well designed. What else? We might time it? No, I don't think we have any shot at timing it. Just like a 4-minute fight at least, right? Alright, really maximize our space here if we can. Drop those puddles together like that. Less is up. It wasn't up when you sent that message, but it is now up.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I think that's an idea, but it should be reversed. If you do heroic, you shouldn't be able to do normal. Well, I think it would have to go both ways. Like, I don't think it can only go one way, but because like most people, like that's what I'm saying. Like most people go the opposite direction, right? Like most people just farm the first like hour of their raid, kill normal bosses or heroic bosses, whatever, and then they go into the progression. Like that's very common, I think. Why aren't we lusting? I have no idea. That's a good question. We did as soon as you brought it up.
Run away, little girl.
Beware. Beware.
With the cantrip items, I expect guilds will do heroic a few more weeks for those items. Yeah, that's probably true too, yeah.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Beware.
Well, it ended up being closer than I thought it would have been. Og was not waiting for CDs apparently. Oh no. Only yeah, under a minute. Another great key. Didn't know how important that mind control shit was, but wow, that shaman. Holy shit, almost 3 million overall. Maybe it was huge. The mage, not as much.
Knowledge intact. Time will be his son.
What happens if you actually get sucked into that hole? I think you just die, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Mind control. I don't know why we stopped doing it. I don't really understand it. We had the mind control for a long time and then you just stopped doing it at one point. I don't know what the point of it was. What are some like reasons he would have stopped? Like it was too difficult, or he found out it wasn't working maybe? I don't know what else there would be. Feels like there's no reason to not save it for the boss. What? The ad? The mind control? If the mind control breaks in the maze, sometimes it can just reset. Oh, really? Might have timed it without an AUG. Yeah, maybe. I don't. It's hard to say because we had such an enormous amount of damage. Like, I don't know if that's the mob doing that. It probably is. Oh wait, how long was our first? Okay, let's take a look at that. Because if you're saying we did it at the beginning, I didn't even notice it on the boss. It must have been on the boss, right? So that should have made that fight a lot faster. It's really hard for the priest, almost unsolvable in the high key group. They coordinate it with the shaman and invoker have to help out CCing the mob sometimes. If the mind control breaks when the priest has to actually do healing, it's super bad. Oh, is that why he stopped doing it? So he just wanted to try it probably and it wasn't going well or something. I haven't been playing much lately. Can anyone explain to me the new upgrade for the ring? Like the one from this week specifically? Or no, you mean just upgrading it at all? There's just like a weekly quest that you do every week, basically. Alright, let's take a look at that real quick, though. 3 item level every week. And that item level increases the damage of the gems, too, right? Wait, what was that? 3 minutes? Oh, yeah. Holy shit. Whoa, okay, so that key was only going to be upgradable with that mob being mind controlled. That's pretty nuts. 3 minute clear on a 14. That's pretty nuts. I didn't even notice that. This week, the ring update was 1 day early. Oh, really? Like you already have it today? You need to get out there and get it, but... What went wrong at the mushroom spot? I think the mob, honestly. Because I didn't know it was mind controlled, so there was just like a random full health mob out there killing people. I don't know. It's a weird part of the dungeon as well. Our success rate in 14s has been really high. I think we only have like 2 disbands. We've done 6 now. It's out for EU for some reason. Wowhead made a post about it. That's really weird. Probably another bug. Let's head out there and see if we can't get this done then. Somebody said something about the storm though, or is it just the bar? We just have to fill the bar, or is it the storm that we have to do? I wanted to get this done before I started the stream, but the servers were down.
No matter where it may hide. Allies of the Arathi, prepare for battle.
Oh, you're finally here.
Like I don't have it now, so I have to do the bar.
I hate stealing. Steal that stuff. Get your feet moving.
Fill the bar, go to the storm, click on item, quest is over.
This kaboom ought to be good.
So you have to fill the bar 100%. Okay. Well, we'll go sit these then. Which one? This one's already up. Fill the bar, then you go into the storm. It's an easy week though because you get to use a shredder in the storm. Oh, you have to actually do the storm. Gotcha. Because I have this thing, I don't know. That's to leave the storm, I guess, right? Yeah, okay. Each daily turn is 20%, is it? The storm and the ring upgrade are 2 different quests? Oh, okay. I fucking hate this mob. This is why this Isle sucks. Like, the world content is so uninspired and just keeps knocking you back. Like, that's the mechanic. Oh, great. Really fun world content. Another warband item. It's a trinket. That one seems like it'd be good. Really wish there was a way to make item upgrades in the TBC project I've been working on, though. If I could figure a way to do that, I would change everything that I'm doing on there. I think there's probably a way, but it requires you making like 8 different items for each item, basically. And then you have to use like a quest or maybe crafting to make them instead of just one item gets upgraded on its own. But if I figured out a way to do that, oh man, would that change what I'm doing out there? The rare's got to be good too, right? Ghost Maker, what the fuck? Strange name. I've been trying to do the island and everything knocks back. I know, look at that, another one. It's like they just didn't have any actual ideas for mechanics. I don't know why. Another BO. Oh my god, bro. Holy fuck. We're gonna have to empty our bank. Well, not a lot of keys. We'll sign up to that one, and if we finish this, then we'll just go sign up to 13s again.
Seen anything new?
But these dailies are worth a lot. Gotta clear the minecart crashes or something. There's also ore samples to click on. This island is the most last minute low effort mush they put out. Well, it's not low. What the hell? It's not last minute, that's the thing. I mean, I don't maybe you know more than I do, but I mean, it's gotta have been something they planned to do, surely. It's just not good. Like, it's just really bad mechanically. But the content, or like the rewards, are excellent. It's actually really, really cool. There's lots of great transmog and stuff. I'm very happy with the rewards. It's just really boring. It's an unused BFA Island Expedition model, yeah. It's a complete filler patch. I don't know what people were expecting. Well, I mean, it's just like, I don't know why they even bother with it. Like, what's the point of adding it in the first place? Okay, now we just need the ore. Transmog is good, but nobody wanted a ring like this. Yeah, I wouldn't have said I wanted it either, but I actually really like it now that I've got it. It's a much better version of the previous one. It's just still not great. Okay. So that's that. Let's see if that's enough now to finish the island. I'm saying that the Forbidden Reach was a better island. I definitely disagree with that, yeah. Both sucked hard, like super hard. This one is way better than that one, but it's just because it has better rewards. The content there was even worse, though, to be honest. This content is more like WoW content, at least.
You did good, but don't expect any special compensation.
Okay, we got an achievement.
Like all the others.
Even though I already had that one, I think. The ring is actually good. That's what I mean. Like, I like this ring a lot. It's a lot more interesting. Though that vault on Forbidden Island, that probably is the worst thing they've ever done. Like, I think it's the worst piece of world content or content in general that they've ever added to the game. I don't know who came up with that or what they were thinking there, but it's like, wow, this is just really stupid. I didn't like the Zekvira vault. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it was really, really weird.
Come on in. We'll get it done.
Okay, so this is the thing we're looking to do. Oh yeah, and it's also trying to get me to go in the storm, but that's just for the weekly reward, which I don't even care about. Talk to Susie, Bolt Wrench. Oh no, we do have to enter the storm, man.
Hey, what's the news?
Activate the TR6 Pummeler. And then use Nuclear Target Painter. Is that... what is that? One of these buttons? It's on the ground. Oh. Korthia I thought was a cool idea. It's just terrible design, like visually and stuff. I didn't like this zone at all. Korthia is definitely the better out of these things. Like Korthia is really good, content-wise. It was just I hated the location of it. There it is. Korthia was also long. It was like way too inexorably connected to the power of the time as well, which I think a lot of people didn't like. That was not... What happened? Did I do something wrong? Why does it kick me out? And that's the whole quest? Alright, now what? How do we leave? I guess we have to finish it to leave? Or no, yeah, the flag, that's right. Nothing casts a random sundering? What is that? Do any enhanced shaman know what is making... Oh, you're replying to Geg.
How you doing, pal?
Do any of enhanced shamans know what is making my auto attacks and abilities cast a random sundering? Yeah, I don't think that's a thing, but you never know, I guess. Okay. Cool. I already have this gem, don't I? Just keep stacking them up until we're sure they don't have any value to keep. Keep getting these stupid flags.
I have many wares.
Guess we'll keep these things. Keep putting them in our bank. Even though I don't play alts. Alright, anyway, back to keys. If you're playing Totemic, then the hero talent reactivity causes your Lava Lash to cast Sundering. Oh, there you go. I just put mine in the war bank in case I want to make the ring for an alt. Oh. Wait, they're BOA? Oh, shit. Oh, that's cool. So you can just send them all to an alt. That's interesting. So you just like log on, get the ring, and then just send them all to an alt. That's cool. That's an interesting way to handle that. It seems like everyone is running the all stats, the master one, and the 150% random one. Yeah, that I like that one. But I have the stamina one. I think that one's really good. It does a good amount of damage too, more than you'd think. That's the only one that doesn't seem great, but there's not really a lot of options. You can always just buy them and send them to your alts? Oh, really? Oh, okay. How much bigger does it make you? Yeah, I guess somewhat bigger. Yeah, I don't know. What key even is this? Is this the Air Kara? The stamina one is definitely underlooked, but it does give a lot of HP. Yeah, and as a tank, I feel like that one's slam dunk. Everybody's always just fucking worried about offense, so nobody looks at stuff like that, but... That's what I was about to ask. I'm having a bit of a delay since I'm on my phone traveling with the family. Don't you have alts? No, I don't have another character at max level this expansion. And I don't have any plans to change that, honestly, at this point. Unless they make delves like a good way to level, like an actual good way to level, then I don't plan on. The only character I would like to play more is that hunter, but since you actually have to level it to do a lot of the stuff I wanted to do, I'm pretty much done with it. Because I don't care to level it, and delves are too slow to level. The leveling was actually quite good this expansion, though, to be fair. Nothing against that. It's just not. There's so many other things I'd rather do with my time right now.
You are acknowledged. Remain vigilant.
Big respect that you don't flavor the month reroll like everyone else. It's actually weird how many people do it who just like suck at the game. It's like, brother, if you're not doing like 17s or something like that right now, like, did you really get anything out of doing it? Like, I would just rather have fun every time I log on than be like slightly theoretically better. Yeah, if anything, I would level the Ogvoker, yeah. That's the one that I would like to do, but it's just not, like... It's not a character that I would want to level right now. If I was going to level anything, it'd be my Paladins. Or other Death Knights, I guess. Okay, so what are we doing? The Shredded Strands is what? We're doing Eric Hera, right? I play Brewmaster. Screw Monk. I was still banging out 10 to 14s. Better to play what you enjoy. Definitely better to play what you enjoy, 100%. Always better. You'll have more fun. Have you tried Unholy? No, not recently. Metro, one thing I've noticed in my runs is that most of my disbands tend to happen on Tuesday. Oh, really? I've never thought to look at that as a stat. It'd be easy to look at, though. Actually, it kind of wouldn't be, to be honest. You have to look at every single date on the spreadsheet. I don't have a day on the spreadsheet. I get one character to max heroic gear, then move into another spec I enjoy. Oh yeah. See, I don't really like I enjoy blood the most, so like I don't know why I would switch, you know. If anything, I just make more blood and paladins. Holy Pally and Blood Death Knight. Those are the only specs I would have any interest in playing in any actual endgame content right now. I do one tank, one heal, and one DPS, but since Fire Mage is getting fun nerfed next patch, I guess I'm just gonna tank. Oh really? People at the noob WoW Reddit told... Oh, so it's City of... Oh, he said City of Echoes. I see. I was going to City of Threads. People at the WoW noob Reddit told that having lots of characters, especially for rookies, is better for people to understand better the whole gameplay and different tasks in a dungeon. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if you're brand new to the game, it could be true, yeah. I have 10 characters at 590 or above. 590, is that... You literally get 590 gear. I get 590 gear for my alts on this character. I don't know what the reality of that looks like, but here, you know what we should do? We should buy some. Too late. I need to get more. You guys gotta remind me in between dungeons. I need to get more flasks. Alright, another Eric Hero 14 here. We've done this twice and upgraded both times. Let's see how it goes. Our success rate in 14s has been very, very high. Way higher than I've ever had in any other progression level. Which tells me that 14s are not going to be that challenging at the end of the day. It's going to be mostly just invites that are needed. I definitely agree with that, Gustav. Having an idea of how each spec works helps. Yeah, if you're like, you literally can't figure it out without playing the character, like you're brand new to the game and that's the only way to figure it out, then definitely do it. There's definitely better players in the 14 to 15 range. Yeah, that's probably true too. In other shocking news, better players in Mythic raids than in Heroic raids. Well, the difference between a 13 and a 14 is not Shouldn't be that big of a jump. I did my first 12 today, so today's been good for me. Sweet. There was a bit of a hot discussion on the Azraelon topic on the video I published this weekend. I was expecting the guy to come to the stream and want to talk about it more, but I guess not. Maybe he's busy today. I offered to do like a call with him or even a video on it because he seemed to have extreme passion about it. But I don't know, I feel like the conversation's like played out at this point. Like anybody who like says that like you're being racist by saying it is just not trying to understand the problem. Because it clearly has nothing to do with the actual race of people. Like I don't know why anybody says that. Although one guy did try to make a point for why it could still be about the race of people. Like I had not heard this perspective. He believes that like culturally Brazilians are substantially different from Americans. He believes that like it's a very cultural like way to live a life in Brazil where you like are emotional as like a like you're always emotional and not analytical basically. Like it's common for passion and emotions to drive conversations and not like thoughts and, you know, things that are normal on the internet. I don't know anything about that, obviously. Wow, Realm is not a race, yeah. I actually think that comment was very racist itself, oh yeah. For me, it's just a language barrier. Yeah, there's no real language barrier there, though. That's the thing. Like, I've never had a language barrier issue. It's very rare that you try to communicate with people and they can't communicate back in some way. That's why if I was gonna make a video on it, it would go this way. Like, I talked to somebody who's from the region a long time ago, and they helped me explain why this happened. And I think it's exactly what's the truth. Like, I don't think there's anything else in this. I think at one point the language barrier was a problem, and like you are saying here, like it may still be a problem for people, right? So for that reason, a lot of people who are on that realm are thinking like, okay, well, I don't have a problem with language, so I'm just going to leave this realm, you know? So when you do that, you leave a group of people who don't care about that or aren't aware of that, right? So you have either ignorant or clueless people. When you have a larger percentage of ignorant and clueless people, then a new stigma develops where people are now unhappy with the attitudes and direction of conversations that occur on these realms. And when you have that, the people who do not want to be wrapped up into that sweeping generalization are going to leave the realm. So the percentage of ignorant and clueless people goes higher and higher and higher and higher every time the stereotype proves to be true. You know what I mean? So obviously, if you feel like you're being unfairly marginalized on this realm, that guy just ran back and died, by the way. Fell off, probably. If you feel like you're being unfairly marginalized by this realm, you're going to leave the realm. The only people who stay on the realm are the ones who just don't give a shit about the stigma or are leaning into it. Like, fuck you, I'm better than you, I'm not leaving, you know, kind of thing. Like, it's not... Why would anybody stay on a realm where it's being, like it doesn't even make sense to stay, you know what I mean? Unless you, like, literally are either just, like, super entrenched on the realm, like you have thousands of characters, or I don't know. Like, I don't know why anybody would stay. Doesn't make any sense. I could see that as a valid argument, but the truth of the matter is, I, as a Canadian, could make a tune on Azraelon if I wanted to. Well, yeah, one way or the other, it's obviously not only Brazilians playing on the realm, but I think it's mostly Brazilians, to be fair. See, they don't speak English thing. I think that's just scratching the surface of the problem, because I definitely don't have, like I said, I've never been in a key where we needed to communicate with somebody and they can't communicate back. It's not happened to me once. Not at any point over the years. Sometimes there's, like, funny shit that gets said because they're not speaking English, but it's never been like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. I asked you to do this and you didn't do it because you don't speak English. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't happen. Like, what would we talk about? Like, use bloodlust? Like, I think everybody understands the word lust, right? Like, you don't have to be a Native American or a native English speaker to know that word. Guess I'm standing in something. You want to get me out of that? Next 12 I'm going to do, I'm going to submit it to the channel. Well, like why? Because it's like a... What do you mean, why would you do it? Just because you expect it to be funny or something? I kind of wish there was a way to auto-translate other languages. Some games have that, apparently, now, so I think it may come to Blizzard's game at some point. Personally, I think it's an overuse of the phrase jaw. I had never heard anybody do that either. That's another one. I think that's maybe not Brazilian, though. I don't know. But either way, I've never actually seen that. What can I bribe you with to do your next video in the style of Macho Man Randy Savage? You know what that means? Sorry. Yeah, Jajas, that's Spanish. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that Q-Suia thing. Like, we saw that on that video this weekend, and somebody said that that's what that is. I've never seen that before for some reason. I've seen the K though. Why is K? Like, what is that? Weird. Got my first 14, a couple of 15s last week. There was a lot of communication before the key. Okay, good to hear that. Was that to say that you communicated with people from Azerline and had no issues? Is that why you said that? I thought you were a wrestling fan. I mean, kind of, but I don't. What is the style of Randy? You mean the way he speaks? Either way, I don't. I don't think I could do it, even if I wanted to. I was big into wrestling when I was young. I remember the Macho Man Randy Savage, but I don't remember anything about a style that would be translated to a video topic. You just never made a Brazilian laugh? Yeah, probably not, to be honest. I don't see Metro snapping into a Slim Jim. Just saying that you do communicate with people in keys. Yeah, we were talking about not being able to communicate. That's what we were talking about. Like trying and needing to communicate, but not being able to. I've never had that happen. Most things that are said are very like basic things, you know? Stuff that everybody would understand. Especially now with pings too, that's also a big deal. I've had that happen when people speak the same language. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Doesn't seem like it would be a language barrier to me. But like I said, I think it's the prospect of a language barrier that people think like, alright, well, I'm not going to risk it. And then it just slowly kind of spiraled from there. Pings are definitely a big change, a big buff to the game. I'm really shocked that they didn't add pings to Classic. Probably their next major client patch they will. Where can I find your Excel spreadsheet? It's in the description. Or you can go to bigplay.1/mythic library. Pings in Classic would be nice. It just seems like they added everything else that they have in the live game that's not like content, so I'm shocked they never did it. Like they have the interact key in Classic. That was added before pings, but it's like not that much before pings. So I'm not sure why the interact key is in Classic if pings aren't. I guess maybe they look at that as like you may be disabled, so you need the interact key or something. But pings are more of a gameplay changer. Maybe Classic Plus. Well, they've always done like whenever there's like a new season, like when Season of Discovery came is when they added the, because they have to like improve the client to be able to do stuff with it, you know, like they have ideas and they need to upgrade their client to be able to do the things they want to do. So they've done it with all the major patches, or all the major things. They did it with Season of Mastery was the first 14.2 or 1 or whatever it was. And then the next one was Hardcore, and then the next one was Season of Discovery. But they never, I guess they didn't do one maybe for the Classic era anniversary thing. Oh, you're opening packs? So what'd you get now? You're getting deep in it, huh? Did you finally get a big hit? Groups are disabled and can't see unless I ping. See? Accessibility argument. Yeah. It actually is kind of true. If the ping made a sound, you really have a good accessibility feature there. Like if the ping alerted you to a name like Bloodstained Web Mage, you know, every time I pinged it, it'd be interesting. Attack Bloodstained Web Mage. That'd be cool, right? That'd be a good ping. We got some hits, but mostly just a bunch of cards. Oh yeah. But no, what sets are we talking about? You haven't gotten a special illustration rare yet, that's what I was saying. Which is the big hit. Like I said, for me, my first box, I opened the Pokemon 151 UPC, the Ultra Premium Collection, and I got the Charizard from that box. Which is extremely common. It seems very common. For some reason, people, like, their first pack, they get something crazy that makes them addicted, but you haven't actually gotten it yet. I thought pings did make a sound, but they don't make like a verbal sound. I mean, they make like a generic sound. You think a weak orc can maybe do that? Yeah, maybe. That's a spicy pull, this? Oh, I do this all the time. I guess it's difficult, though, because we have had a lot of deaths to it, but... Why? How do you guys do it? I'm unaware of how to do it otherwise. Like, the mobs just patrol into us, so I guess pull them way back or something?
Beware.
Mucho like spicy, apparently. Yeah, I love spicy foods. I got a hot sauce, make your own hot sauce kit. I need to do that. I don't know, maybe this weekend. I don't really like hot sauce that much, but I'm excited to do it. It sounds like it'd be cool. I may add some, like I may add chili powder to it as well. Maybe make it more like a chipotle sauce. You really only have luck upgrading with shaman healers? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's not, like, you know, the stats are there. Like, it's clear that Disc Priest is not working out. That's why I like keeping the stats. Is going right the meta? I have no idea, but I tried going left and we wiped a lot early on in the season, so I've never tried again. The timer in this dungeon is so lenient. It's definitely just as lenient. I would say it's probably similarly lenient. People keep telling me I'm doing a bad route in that dungeon too, and we almost always find it lenient. I have never done it without deaths and found it not lenient, you know, so if there is a route that is substantially faster, then it's definitely just as lenient as Eric Era. Like we did it the other day on 13 and we almost double upgraded it without any fancy changes, like nothing. We didn't do a single fancy thing, I just did the normal route, so.
I will end you myself.
Beware.
Can't wait to see how that kit works out for you. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. It's a cool idea. I've never like made anything on my own. I guess it's basically just a form of cooking with no heat. Actually, the only oh, that was why I didn't do it already, because I need a blender, and I don't think we have a blender. I might need to, like, I might get a food processor. I don't know how cheap they are. But I feel like there was a lot of things cooking wise that could use the one, and we never had one. Just priests are better with prop pally due to the utility those tanks have. Theoretically, but again, you're still playing a disc priest. Like, the reason we're failing is not always because disc priest brings less interrupts in utility. It's not always because of that. It's also because it's a way harder spec to play in a pug world. Even if they had the exact same kit as shaman, it would still be better to have shaman. We had a Discon 13 caught last night, and the second boss, I told the group he wouldn't be able to keep us alive. Sadly, I was right. Oh, really? I mean, there's definitely been some good priests, but I just think it's harder to play than any other healer in the game, no matter what, so. I sent a pic in the Discord if you want. Oh yeah, definitely. I'll take a look at it after the key. Hopefully I'll remember to get potions or flasks too. Oh, you want to actually build decks? Oh, interesting. Okay, well, if you're looking to build decks, it's definitely better to just buy. I mean, if you're serious about building a deck, the best way to do it is to just buy the cards. Because I think we talked about this. I don't know if you were a part of this conversation or not, but basically, like, unlike Magic the Gathering, every card in the game has, like, multiple versions of it in Pokemon. So, like, the cards that are expensive are the same card as the cards that's cheap in terms of its power. It's just like more collectible, basically. Like you can get, like, for example, apparently the Terrapagos from Stellar Crown was really good competitively. So there's a base set, like regular version Terrapagos, then there's a double rare Terrapagos, and then there's a special illustration rare Terrapagos, which is like $85. But the regular card is like 1 cent, you know what I mean? And they're the same card power wise. Oh yeah, you want to actually like build a deck with stuff that only you purchase. Alright, well that's fun too. Cleansing Totem is very nice. Yeah, it's very good, especially for the lower fixes, yeah. Why could he not keep you alive? Was he inexperienced? About the priest? I don't know. Other end or their other of the spectrum. Never seen a mid disc. Oh really? Well, it's just hard to be decent at it. Like, I think it's the thing. You're either great at it and you've mastered it, or you're suck. Like, because the spec is just worse than every other healer. There's been some that I've said probably like, all right, well we gotta buy. You know what I mean? I've not had any praise to heap on the guy, but that kind of just means he's great. You know what I mean? Like, if we don't notice an issue as a disc priest in the keys that we're doing right now, it's like that means he's probably very good. I've seen a disc priest unable to heal the third boss in a 10. That's what I'm saying. Like, the spec is hard to play, so any healer with better reactive healing and better CDs for it, it's just going to be way easier for your average player to heal on. 6 is all about knowing when the damage is coming, and that is binary. You either know and you are prepared, or you're struggling. Right, and I think I agree with you that it's like binary, but I think what's not binary about it is like you may know it's coming, but you may have fallen behind on the way up to it, and you're surprised that now you're behind leading into it, you know? Because I think that's when I played this, that was always the problem. Everybody always like, blah blah blah, it's just reactionary, you just need good dungeon knowledge, and it's like it's not always about that. Like, if somebody around you is making the dungeon harder for you, you're going to have to react to that, and you will get distracted by that fact and potentially fall behind to a point where you won't be able to come back from. Like, that's what this spec sucks at, and that's why I would never play the spec if I was a healer. Because you play a Holy Pally, it's the complete fucking opposite. Everybody around you could be in total danger, and you just fucking lay on hands one guy, bop another guy, you know, Beacon of Virtue, all these different things to get people's health quickly high up, you know? It's very easy to fall behind on Holy Pally and recover from it. So you might be low, like, as a disc priest, the damage might be coming, but something that you didn't expect to cause issues caused an issue that now led to that moment being far more difficult to survive. Like, you had to heal, you had to use your stuff at times when you didn't expect it. I don't see the reason this key was brick column in the spreadsheet. Yeah, that's a separate spreadsheet. I made that as a separate spreadsheet. If you want to find that one, you can find it on any of the seasonal review disband videos. I don't have it in the description of the stream, although I probably should. Damn. Thought I kicked that, but it was a split second late.
Beware.
Pop's gonna get it for you? Oh yeah, it's awesome having an actual mod. Pop's gonna hook you up. Where's this pack? Did we pull it already? Oh no, it's all the way down there. What the fuck? I had to heal 2 million HPS on a mini boss in a 10 twice what I normally do. Talking about as a non-healer, I guess, yeah. Well, there's obviously different skill levels of all players, no matter what role you play, and that's why Disc is a bad pick, I think. Because you're inviting that problem in. They've done a lot for Disc and are doing more for it to be more reactionary. I think the proactiveness is very over-exaggerated. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So what do you think the problem that most people have with it is then? Like, I think why what I said was correct and what you're debating is not as true as you think it is because the CDs are what is so important. They don't have like a Tranquility or a Spirit Link where it's like, oh shit, we're way behind. I can just pop the CD, right? Do they? Is going down the middle path really that troll? Is it a bad idea? I think it's a bad idea, yeah. That mob is really dangerous. And since it's a single target, people don't like take it as serious as they should, I think.
Beware.
Right, so you agree that the cooldowns are way harder to use than any other healer, right? If that's the case, then that's pretty much what we're talking about. It may not be your actual rotational healing, but it's still your cooldown usage that makes it so difficult. Well, you know what I mean. Tranquility is a heal that could heal people a lot if it was tuned well. Whatever, I don't know if it's good or not right now, but you know what I mean. Disc is all cooldowns, yep, that's what I thought. And those cooldowns are substantially harder to use than any other spec in the game. Which probably makes it fun if you play it really well. Yeah, Resto Shaman. Odds on way better. Oh yeah, there's also football tonight too, right? Duke's playing. I watched that game, then I watched Penn State. Couldn't it just be that this doesn't have a kick and doesn't have enough dispels for the season? No, that's not the only reason. No, definitely not. Like that helps Shaman a lot, but that's not the only reason. For sure. I need to up my RAM to 32 gig. I can't resist keeping 500 Chrome tabs open. Oh, Chrome's brutal for that too. Chrome uses more fucking RAM than anything on my computer. Almost did it again. Made the same mistake last week as well. Just didn't fucking Death's Advance for some reason. I think I just ran that right into me. Okay. Hockey Winter Classics also tonight. Whoa, a lot of sports tonight. Bookmarks are a thing. That's true. They exist, but it's just so much more convenient to have them as, like, if you have no penalty for having it, right? Like, why not have it as a tab? If you count 16-second Mind Blast and 20-second CD as CDs, then they're all CDs, but I don't think I consider them CDs. Oh yeah, I wouldn't consider those CDs. CD is something that's like at least a minute cooldown on it, I would say. Tried to AMS that. I guess I like failed to do it or something. Maybe it doesn't work anymore. There's CDs in the sense that if you mess up the timing at all, people will die. Interesting point. Okay. Yeah, because like it still is a cooldown, so if you use it at the wrong time, then it's not going to be usable. That's interesting. That's like saying Deathstrike is a CD. If you mess up the timing as Blood Death Knight, you die. Well, Deathstrike doesn't actually have a cooldown, so that's, I mean, the point was that it does have a cooldown, so the timing is important. Deathstrike's timing is still important, yes, but it doesn't actually have a cooldown. The cooldown is rotational management. Yeah, I think it's just like a verbiage phrase, like problem here, right? Like we're just talking about a phrase that doesn't, like the timing always is important with every spell you press to some degree or another, but it's not always because you press the thing that you just can't use it again, you know? Like there's no factual way to use, well maybe these are bad examples, but I was just going to say this one way or the other, but there's no factual way to use Mind Blast back to back if you mess up the first use, right? That may not be true, maybe there's something in the kit, but you know, that's why Deathstrike's so different, because you can Deathstrike 2-3 times in a row. But if you somehow mess up the first one, you still have another use of it if you played your character. Do you like the Wowhead datamine stuff for WoW all the time? Some stuff I like, but most stuff I don't, I think. I would rather them have no data mining than all data mining like they do. Yeah, we upgraded again. So that's what, I think 6 or 7 entered 14s. Maybe not even that many. And I think we've only had 2 disbands, so it's going pretty well. Let's take a look. I want to actually see. Let's get that on the sheet. But to borrow a phrase from Faxi, Resto Shaman is far better for us, and it's not close. If you look at the stats, you'll see it. Don't mind trying 15. Oh boy, good luck. Anyway, yeah, let's take a look at this. I really want to see this. 14. So yeah, we've entered 7. And only 2 disbands, yeah. That's really good. That's definitely way better than like our average progression level has been in the past. Cool. They just made Deathstrike heal a similar amount if you cast it back to back as if you cast it once every 5 seconds. Sort of. I mean, it depends on how much damage you're taking. If you're taking an enormous amount of damage, you're likely going to get a lot of stacks of that buff in between Deathstrikes anyway. Like, I mean, there's still a global, right? Always great watching you for a bit. Hey, Tim, what's up, buddy? Welcome. You got lucky. You got one of those bombkins who knows how to play. Oh, yeah. That guy's really good. Almost 1 billion damage with Starfall alone. That's crazy. Boundless Moonlight. What the fuck is that? It sounds amazing. Oh yeah, Shooting Stars. You remember that from BFA or whatever? The Azerite gear? Looks like the threat of punishment has had a good effect. Maybe. I don't think that's... I really don't know that that's why. Maybe, but... You never know. Did you put the DPS on the sheet? Yeah, I did. You maybe just can't see it because my head's in the way. Okay. That's the same guys, right? Yeah. City of Threads as well. No. Alright, Mist we know we can do, although I don't know if that guy mind control shit, yeah. Oh, otherwise. Oh. Sign up to that one. 2,500 player. Best key's not even at 12. Let's go. Oh yeah, I need pots. Thanks, Flask. Yeah. Did anyone comment on the druid's name? No, is that a German name? What is it?
My directive is to serve you.
Means nature war. Oh, okay. Not really that commentable. What add-on do you use for the timer and percentages? I'm not sure, but it's in my UI video. There's a couple things that it could be. I'm pretty sure it's a combination of two things. I think it's a weak ore that I have, and also a add-on called Angry Keystones. So they're all in the UI video if you need it. It's like a Chinese tattoo translation. Yeah. Just a bunch of letters together otherwise. A small explosion that Fury of Elune does when it ends. That's the moon. What was that called? Boundless Moonlight. That sounds like something that would be in like Elden Ring or Dark Souls or something. Boundless Moonlight Greatsword. You guys have that one? Summon Seath the Scaleless every time you use your R2. Shooting Stars was the best corruption. Oh, I was talking about the Balanced Druid one, yeah. That was called Infinite Stars, the one you're talking about. Back then, Balanced Druid was like a huge outlier, and I was getting into fights with people about Azerite gear being better than they thought it was, and how people complained about how like a lot of Azerite gear didn't have all the stuff you wanted on it. But Druids like were the big outlier, and they would win the argument every time because the Druid one was like super imbalanced. So you would take like an LFR version of it over a Mythic version of it. Boundless Moonlight, Fury of Elune now ends with a flash of energy, blasting nearby enemies for damage. Uncapped AoE. Gotcha, that's cool. I don't think these bolts do much damage anymore, do they? I don't think they would have. Anyway. Might be time to play my druid again. Oh yeah. I always like the idea of balance. It sounds like it would be a really fun one to have a leveling challenge done as. Because they have trees, like they basically have like little tanks, you know what I mean? Like it's a really cool spec to play like as a leveling challenge spec. They have root too, they have thorns, like the PvP talent. Mages are red flag, oh yeah. One spell to watch, one mob. Yeah, I just don't think that do you guys agree with me that spell was really dangerous in Shadowlands, but I don't think that does very much damage at all anymore. Well, it's already like I would leave this key if it was a good key, but the fact that it's, I mean, this guy's 2,500. His best key's an 11, so. I haven't looked at like balanced druid shit in TBC. Let's see. Do they have any interesting? Oh, the target orders arrived. More Pokemon cards on the front porch. Hopefully, it's actually quite warm. Otherwise, I'd say hopefully they're not gonna freeze. So what did balanced druids get? Oh, yeah, they get trends. That's cool. Ah, that's very interesting for TBC. Starfire gains an additional 4% in Wrath. Gains an additional 2% of your bonus damage effects. Oh, very basic. They don't get anything fun, I don't think. But they get, everybody gets like a new spell too, right? We can't look at that here, I guess. Class abilities, there it is. What is their like new spell that they get at higher level? Did they not get one? Life Bloom? I guess that's what everybody gets though, obviously. Yeah, they don't get a new spell. Oh, that's weird. It's just a bunch of shit that's not balance related. Oh, that's strange. Huh. Cyclone, I guess, but that's still not really damage related. Flight form, I guess, is what they get in place of everything else. Like, look at what Shaman gets. It's insane. Fucking Bloodlust. Water Shield. That may be it. Oh, Earth Ellie as well. Wrath of Air Totem, although I don't... That's the spell damage equivalent, yeah. That one's not very interesting. Yeah. Fucking Bloodlust. Water Shield, which is like one of the best pieces of tech in the, like, it's one of the best spells that aren't damage in the entire game of TBC. And Earth Ellie. What about Paladins? Oh yeah, they get Taunt and a fucking Wings. Seal of Corruption as well. I forgot about that. Seal of the Martyr and Seal of Corruption, although I think Corruption is just way better, right? I don't know why. It's just numerically better or something. I don't know what Seal of the Martyr actually does. I never played Alliance after Classic. Paladin loses health. It just does more damage or something? I don't know. Yeah, the other one must just do more damage. Paladin doesn't really get a lot. Oh, Spiritual Attunement, actually. That's pretty big, right? Do they not get that until 70? Or 60? No, it looks like they get it earlier. When's Spiritual Attunement? I remember Red Pallies on Horde had the better seals. Yeah, I don't know why. Seems strange. Oh, Crusader Aura, that's our other big one. So the seals, Crusader Aura, and then fucking Wings, which is like, yeah, they get an actual damaging CD. All damage by 30%. When does it become the big crit thing that it is now? Or maybe it's not even that now, I don't know. Oh shit, I forgot I have to be off in an hour. Fucking don't let me forget. I haven't streamed for so long, I'm like out of rhythm. I need to be off at 3:30 today. Oh, Spectre just posted a bunch of Discord pictures. Who's that in here? Somebody in the chat? Oh, that's you. Alright, well, I'll change your name for you then, since you didn't read the post. Those are pretty, though. Look at that one. I took the wrong portal. Can I get a summon it? And the mage says Kick Hunter. Oh my god. And here's Pochi's pulls from the Scarlet Violet base set. Oh, you got one. Iron Treads. I had that one. It's not very... It did sell. I think it was like $7 or $8. What else? It looks like you got two. Oh no, that's a regular illustration rare. What is that card? Squovit. Oh, okay. Well, you got a special illustration rare finally, but it's not a very big one. The early set is not very good for... Like, you get them quite often, so it's good for collecting, but not good for selling. Paldea Evolve, though, that's the place. The perfect mix of great illustration rares and special illustration rares. Plus rarity. Yeah, you'll get a big one. Unfortunately, there isn't one from that set. Like, the most expensive card is like a $30 or $40 card, so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true.
I don't know if you guys saw too my Death Knight shirt. You kind of can't see it, but I got a Death Knight shirt. It's going to be a close race between the mage and the hunter for dying first and leaving. Yeah, right. It's funny. Make up some other bullshit about why the key failed. It's because we didn't interrupt on the boss. That's definitely the issue. I votes the mage. Yeah, I honestly don't think the hunter, like, usually I assume people at this level who are doing keys that are way above their actual score are probably quite humble by default. But maybe it's the complete opposite, who knows. It's a rare hunter whose name I don't know. Oh, that's because he's 2566 and his best key's an 11. Next major patch is going to be GTA Goblin Vice City. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the goblin theme, but they're hitting it so hard that I have confidence it'll be good. Just like the spider thing. Like, I don't really like the spider theme of Arakara and stuff, but they did it so well that it's hard not to like.
Creatures worshipping sticks and leaves. Nature is meant to be controlled, conquered, and the drop will conquer all.
I hope the new Goblin theme patch is as good as Mechagon. Oh, I think it's, if you mean like in terms of how well they implement the theme, I think they're gonna smash it. They have been dominating on that front. Dominating. Like, I don't think I've seen a bad... Yeah, it's really years and years that I think they didn't hit the number. I think maybe Ajar was a little weak. The raid itself was fucking spectacular, though, in terms of that. But the zone was kind of weird. Whatever, the Najatar. That was kind of a weird zone. It was good. Solid. 7 out of 10. But I do think they kind of missed the theme a little bit there. But the raid was outstanding. The zone was great after you unlocked flying. I like the zone with and without flying. I just meant like the theme of it didn't really feel like what you'd expect in a Jara patch to be, you know what I mean? It was kind of strange how it was all above water and there was no, like, mostly non-creatures water related. It was just regular mobs and shit. And the music, there wasn't a lot of great music, I don't feel like. Remember Benthic gear? Yeah, Benthic was an interesting idea. That zone was one of my favorite zones of all time. Oh, you liked it? I liked it. It was actually good content, gameplay-wise. I remember farming for the font of Vajara. Oh yeah, that shit was overpowered as shit for mages, right? You remember that? I'm sure everybody remembers that if you played Fire Mage back then. Great PvP. And, oh yeah, the best actual world PvP they've ever done, for sure. Because that was they had plans for War Mode, right? Like at that point, War Mode was meant to be a big feature. And I think after that patch, they scrapped it really as a big feature. But it was like they had a fucking battleground in the zone, basically, which was really cool. And it turned into this like big event. Like people were like making discords and shit to try to like benefit from all being together. Really weird. It was good until you had a shard that absolutely dominated. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like people were like getting in discords together to try to game it. But if it was actually, you know, like how they've balanced Classic, right? Ironically, they managed to do a great job of that in Classic. If they were able to keep it more balanced, it would have been the best thing ever. PvP in Mechagon was good too? Oh yeah. Was there anything like that in Mechagon, or was it just, at that point, just regular fighting of each other? PvP bounties plus the ship dropping crates was awesome. I know. Does that not happen anymore? I think it still happens, yeah. It still happens. War mode's still good. It's just they stopped caring about it, I think.
Beware.
Regular fighting. But a lot of people used to be there, so basically every corner you go had a fight going on. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, because it was small, right? It does still happen. It's just not a lot of people in war mode anymore, yeah. I can't even imagine war mode in that new island. That place is so tiny. I guess there's always world PvP. Like, if everything else about the game isn't interesting, you can always just go, like, I think now that, like, war mode exists and there's not, like, just ganking out like it was in Classic, I think it actually is pretty good. War mode is probably one of the best things they've ever done for that part of the game. PvP is dead. It's either have the gear for it or get shit on by people that do. I was just talking about world PvP, but I mean, obviously it's kind of like that in PvE too. You need gear, but what was the most important thing you did that made you a better player in this game? I don't know that there's one thing. The replays definitely helps. That's like a huge step towards getting to be better. Because there's a lot of times when it's like, what happened there? I have no idea. I guess I'll never figure it out, you know? Like, I should learn from it, but I don't physically know what happened, so I can't learn from it, you know? That's where the replays come in. But I wouldn't say that that's really that, like... It's just a desire to be good at the game. Like, I like competitive PvE environments. Like, I like golf, I like sports, I like things that are something that you're meant to do for a long period of time and get better at them over a long period of time, you know? I've always liked that. So, like, that's really the answer. Like, if you don't have that competitive drive to you, then you're not going to log on every day looking to get better at the game. Oh, that guy's Frostfire as well. I love that Frostfire Bolt shit. Is that common for people to play that? Frostfire Bolt is one of the coolest looking spells in the entire new system. It's over a minute longer. Yep.
Yay! More friends are here to play. Come along.
Hunter's gonna aggro it. Good. Frostfire is really good right now. That's good to hear that. I love that. That's so pretty. One of the prettiest things in the entire game. I did a whole leveling thing on the alpha when I had the opportunity to test it, and it's like my favorite. That's the only thing I really don't like about this pull, is that the mobs get all split up like that. Keeping up crafted PvP gear with also min-maxing PvE gear is a huge ask. Oh well, I mean, to do both, that's up to you. You're not really supposed to do that. It's... Personally, I'm watching my own logs. I'm a DPS player and sometimes miss things. I think my biggest mistake is I pay too much attention to the meters. Oh yeah. Definitely, like, I think the UI was another big step for me. This health bar, it may not seem obvious to you, but it's like, it is so crucial to me surviving. Like, everything that's there, everything that's in this little area is like the reason I can survive well on Blood Death Night. PvP at the start of the expansion was great. It didn't take crests. Oh yeah, and now it does, I mean, or why do you say at the start? Just because you just need the item level from it? I heard they made some nice changes to PvP gear yet again, but I love PvP gear when it meant something for tanks with resilience. Oh really? Back in TBC. Resilience, interesting stat. It's basically just versatility though, right? That's that. Well, it's like just defensive part of versatility, I believe. It was crit immunity? Resilience? Really? I think it's more than that. And dot damage reduction. You think that's all it was? Okay. I thought it was the actual flat damage reduction as well. Only versus players. Oh, okay. It was pure damage reduction? Oh, yeah. Well, I better figure it out because I got a lot to look into for TBC making my project the best it can be. That's the thing we need to kick. Guess who didn't do it? The mage complaining about interrupts in the last group. I did this yesterday and we were fighting Dragon Mini Boss and I pulled the other room. That was also a Dragon Mini Boss. That's a lot of dragons. When you kiss a dragon, it doesn't turn into a prince. Can't confirm dragons are better than frogs, just in general. I mean, I had no idea about these particular dragons or frogs, though. It's still better than 2 frogs, yeah. I think he was just talking about the puddles that heal each other, made it hard to fight 2 of them. I remember we had that happen once earlier in the season, and the mobs just like healed the full, yeah. What about kobolds? There's no kobolds in this dungeon, I don't think. Unless, hey, maybe there's a really secret maze way that we haven't seen very often or ever. Could be that there's some kobolds down there somewhere. Yeah, the taunt thing doesn't seem to exist. Funny idea though. So how do we get a kobold dungeon or raid, you think? The new 5 man is kobold, right? Classic, or are you talking about live WoW? Should be goblins, no? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was a goblin thing. Oh yeah, no, it takes place in the Raining Depths, right? Yeah, so it probably is kobolds. Frogs have never had a WoW expansion themed after them. You've never heard of World of Warcraft frog hopping. That would be a terrible fucking name too. Who the hell would name it that? You guys excited for FH?
Beware.
This reminds me, I don't know why randomly, but yesterday near where I live, there was like the front of a building just fell off. It's really weird looking. It's like literally like if somebody took like a knife and just cut a sliver off the front of the building. Somehow nobody was hurt. I can't wait for Dark Flame Cleft. It's gonna be weird, yeah. Hopefully it's not gonna be as bad as we think. Yeah. So if you remind me, I'll get a picture of it. It's pretty wild. I don't know how nobody was hurt, to be honest. I guess there was just 0 people inside and nobody was out front when it fell.
Beware.
Yeah, taunt doesn't even like appear. Taunt doesn't even work. Like it doesn't even show up on the debuff of the mob. Hey, Lethal Force, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Happy New Year. You got another 14? You got another 14 upgrade? Yep, we got another Arakara. Pretty cool. That dungeon's been good to us on 14. 100% upgrade rate.
Beware.
That's what happens when you don't winterize your homes properly. No, nothing to do with weather. It's actually really warm here these last 2 days comparatively. It's going to be half the temperature it is today, 2 days from now, so.
Beware.
Are you using the new ring? Yes. It's very powerful. I like it.
Beware.
The only thing I would want to see change is so you don't have these like levels of or like types of gems. I don't really get why. It'd be cool if you can just pick whatever 3 you want and use them. I'm not really sure why they do it like that.
That was fun. I haven't played like that in so long. Let's do it again.
The time for play has passed.
Yeah, I got a video or a picture of it after this. Or do I?
Okay. No worries. Hey, this doesn't look right. It doesn't look.
Your survival.
Huh?
Side withers as the gorm feast.
What's the problem?
Balance must be
Probably some balance thing. Maybe. My favorite thing about the new ring is that there's no debate if it's good or not. Right, yeah. It's a lot better. I haven't had any time to play over the holidays. Did they buff the ring more? Not more, I don't think. Maybe you're not aware that they like made it so all of the gems are in the game now, which was like a big problem. I bet. I think with balance. How'd you die? I have absolutely no idea. Must have like clipped a piece of the log that was there or something.
Beware. Beware.
They buffed the ring in that they just made the other gems available 2 weeks earlier, yeah.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
The jump has been sketchy since Shadowlands. Maybe I died once or twice over the years, but I definitely I've not had that consistently happen to me.
Beware.
They buffed aggro for tanks, right? Not yet. That's coming with the new season. A lot of the class stuff we're talking about, that's all with the new season, which isn't going to be out anytime soon. Oh, it was a hotfix? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. I read about it during the... That's weird. It was definitely not a hotfix at one point. I guess they also hotfixed it. It was part of that article dump on Wowhead with the new patch stuff. To be fair, I haven't looked at Wowhead in like 6 days now. I don't know. I probably missed a lot. Yeah, I guess, I mean, it makes it easier no matter what, right? I just hope it doesn't become so easy that people just totally ignore threat, because that's really bad for everybody.
Beware.
Guardian Druids are going to be so damn good. Oh, really? Why is your name Exordius TTV and then in... What? Anyway, is season 2 planned for what, February? Nobody knows for sure, but yeah, I think it's got to be February, yeah.
Beware.
There was some Motherload mob changes posted last night. Oh, really? I think they're already working on that. Yeah, maybe like next week we'll start PTR Mythic Plus testing, huh? Definitely get on there. Good opportunity for us to do some keys together, too.
Beware. Beware.
Crash is going to be an AoE nightmare to heal in Motherload. Oh, why? What did they change?
Beware.
They said PTR in the new year. I'm hoping Thursday. Could be Thursday. Yeah. It could be this week. I didn't think it would be this week, but yeah, it could very well be this week. Your brew will still have that same issue because the threat formula is broken for many brew abilities. Oh, really?
Beware. Beware.
Well, another non-upgraded mists. This dungeon is quite tight.
Beware.
I think I read that looked the worst was the moms did a fan of knives. It isn't a channel anymore. Oh, really? Interesting.
Beware.
It just happens now. That's crazy. So that is gonna make it a lot harder, yeah.
Beware.
We'll definitely get in there to test it out, though, whenever it's testable. I also don't like them reducing the cast time from 1 second to 1 second. That's a joke, I guess. Or maybe a typo.
Beware.
Bring Harry and we'll test it as a 3-man. Oh yeah, Cop's back.
Beware. Beware.
They made the frontal machine gun thing in the last boss not line of sightable anymore. Oh, that's probably a good thing. We didn't need these mobs. In the third thrash section with weapons testers and masterminds, they cut down appreciably on single target damage going out to the party, but ramped up on AoE. Oh, really? Reading the article is nice, but I don't think I'll learn much from it, so we'll definitely just take a look at it when it's actually testable, and we'll see how it goes. Sounds like there's just too many changes, you know? I'd have to see how it plays out.
Beware.
It'd be more interesting to heal, especially when Motherload was live content. I hadn't yet begun learning healing. Oh, really?
Beware. Beware.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Interested to see some theater changes? Yeah, those will probably come. Okay, we should have time for one more after this. Provided it doesn't take us too long to get into a key. What was even the Covenant buff in theater? Yeah, the flag, yeah. And it was like very few people were Demo or what Demo? What? Very few people were Necrolords, so it was really hard to find people to do it. I think the flag gave like some kind of health buff or something. What's going on? Oh, I'm just not in range. This face fucking sucks. It's just a stupid idea. don't know that I can even solo this. It's gonna take so long to kill the shield, I think. Too much fucking shit on the ground, bro. I can't fucking attack. This is fucking such a stupid ass mechanic. Dude, I literally can't attack the boss. Finally over. That the guy's running his mouth the whole key. I didn't res him even though he asked for a res. Let's see if he reacts to that. You can reset it, yeah, but there's no need to. Just need to get out of that phase. Now I can solo it easily. It's actually such an easy fight alone because then all the mechanics. What's going on? Character's just like randomly running. I guess my keyboard was weird. It's not like he doesn't do any mechanics at that point. Well, now at this rate, maybe we won't have time for another one. I'm gonna try to do one. I don't have to go exactly at 3:30. I just have to be off by like 3:45 at the latest.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Probably something there. Yeah, couldn't see it. I should have realized. Realized too late.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Being that healer must be miserable. Yeah, it's probably not a very fun fight to do. I should have just left him dead, but obviously going to take less time.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Very clean, yep.
Run away, little girl. Run
least we got it done. So just gonna heal through the damage, I guess. Okay. Cool, got it done. Alright, we can try to get one more in. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you this too, hold on. Look at this. How insane is that? The fucking front of the building just fell off. Like, I don't understand how or why that happened. I don't even know what that is. Like, what are those? They look. It looks like a fucking jail, doesn't it? With all the wood. I don't know. I'm gonna ask for a slice of a building cake at lunch, maybe? It's really weird, right? Some engineer just lost their job. Yeah, right. I think what happened was they're doing renovations on the building. It's a very old building. Not sure what could have happened there, to be honest. Alright, we got time for one more, I think, as long as it... How long was that key? Let's see exactly how long that key was, and then I'll... 36 minutes. Okay, yeah. So as long as it doesn't go 45 minutes, we'll be alright. Gotta get a quick invite, though. Did it have a scaffold? I don't know. Sounds like your time would just be better spent leveling in sod. That's a contractor's job, not an engineer. Oh, really? No, either way. Something's bad. Something didn't go well. Could be a case of bad scaffold. Oh, really? Yeah, all I know is the building has been there like forever and ever, and I think they were recently renovating it because it had been kind of abandoned for a while. Like, they wanted to sell it. It used to be a prominent business, but they wanted to sell it and make it like the same business, but like a better upscaled version of it. Like, let's see if there's a picture of that too on there. I saw a picture on the news last night. I guess not. But anyway, they wanted to turn it into like an ice cream plus the restaurant kind of thing. It was like a big renovation of the building that they had planned. And then the fucking place just fell apart. I mean, I don't even know how that happens. Like, I don't know what kind of renovations you can do that would happen. Somewhere a contractor saying to his assistant, so that's what those extra screws are for. Yeah, it's like, I don't think like you can just unscrew the front of a building, right? That's the weird part. Like, it's not just the bricks, it's like the fucking foundation of the front of the building is gone. You can see all the way through the building now. Really weird.
Heroes, we'll secure the docks while you push.
That's wild. In Denver, Buckhold Exchange has been here since 1893. Oh, yeah. Scranton's a very old area as well. Like, at one point, it was one of the biggest cities in the country. They call it the Electric City because it had the only, like, active railway. Like, it was a very, very popular railway thing. So a lot of East Coast, pretty much like if you were going to Scranton or if you were going to like New York City or anywhere north, you had to go through Scranton. And then vice versa. You still not prefer just priests as your healers, correct? Yeah. Yeah, I mean nothing. I would have to like totally change the spec for that to change.
2, 1.
How often do you run into the cast from The Office? Never, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think they actually live here.
We'll secure the docks
I
while
think it
you
was just
push
filmed
further
here.
into the district. With any luck, we'll drive this scum from the city before high tide.
East Coast has way more older cities. Yep. The scaffold has been attached to the front of the building everywhere and then pulls and falls. Maybe that's what they were even trying to attach a big sign there. It's too much load and the weak link will break. That's probably what it is then. They don't live there. I don't think the TV would lie. Well, it's over, right? Like they moved it back to wherever. That's what I'm saying. Like the show's over. It's been over for a long time, right? None of them retired. I mean, they're not old enough to retire. And like, how does the show end? I've never actually seen it. I assume they need to go find new jobs after it's over, right? I think the skill floor for disc is very low. Very high, you mean, right? Yeah. I forgot how it ended. No, the floor is low. Well, if the floor was low, that'd mean be really... You can really suck bad at disc. Well, maybe... I don't even... These phrases, I don't even know if they mean anything at any point. But to me, a skill floor means like how easy it is to be decent at the spec. Just like the skill ceiling being the way you maximize every inch of the spec being high, you know, meaning it requires a lot of work. You would say the skill floor is really low for a spec like Ret because it has very straightforward rotation and no major cooldowns to juggle. Having a PIME macro is also a red flag. Oh god. You remember that there was a really great clip from Shadowlands Season 4. I'll never forget that one. I was constantly asking for PI throughout the first part of the dungeon. Thunderstorms in 2 weeks. Nice. Did they ever catch the serial killer, Jambo? Dwight got married. Michael came back to town for the marriage. But does like the business close? Like why are they not working there anymore? Like why does the show end? There must be a reason for it. Well, no, I know why it would end from reality, but I'm saying like what is the reason for it ending in the show? Like Game of Thrones ends because the threat is resolved, but there's no threat in the office, right? So what is the reason for the show to end? Maybe it ended like The Sopranos mid-sentence with the black screen. I never actually watched The Sopranos. Dev Evoker making a comeback. Seems like a lot of positives having Evoker around, right? Maybe after the nerfs to Og, it could next season, yeah. I hope so. But now everybody's still Og right now. No, Dwight ends up being the new manager. The business stays running. Oh, and they just like don't cover it anymore, basically. That's I have to watch the ending or something. I don't dislike The Sopranos, but I wasn't blown away by it either. That's like the most cop thing. I'm really shocked to hear you say I think the Sopranos is bad. If you said that, I would be like, yeah, that's cop. I'll come back. I've never watched it, but I've heard like it's one of the best like mob type things like ever. After watching The Penguin though, man, I don't know. How many people saw The Penguin? That was so fucking good. It was insanely good. And I think they're probably gonna make a second season now that the Batman film's been delayed. It makes me think that's partially why it was delayed also. The Booker don't have many positives though. Their average is best. Yeah, their kid ain't what it used to was, I guess. Best TV series ever? The Sopranos, you mean? Or I'm sure they don't mean The Penguin. But yeah, no, both were excellent. Oh, I didn't watch The Sopranos, obviously, but... Way to show a psyop. We all watched The Office, but don't remember the ending. Yeah, it's weird, right? Gotham was way better than The Penguin. Oh, really? I never see Gotham, but I'm hard to believe that. The Penguin was fucking spectacular. The acting was insanely good. Like, that's one of the best acted, like, every single person actor. Like, unbelievable. I never watched The Office myself, so I can't comment on it. I love the first 2 seasons of Gotham, though. Oh, yeah. I've never seen it. Kind of getting a little overran with the ads here. But the boss is almost dead. This guy's just in the wrong spot. Oh, maybe not. He was trying to like really game it. That ain't gonna work. I'm really shocked that he hasn't ran right back into that. That's shocking. They can boost your healers, healing you, get out of combat regeneration with Visage and movement buff, plus Lust if you need, and Dev DPS. And AoE is up. I don't know. I haven't seen enough Dev to know anything about it, to be honest. So you might be right, but I have no idea because you never see them.
Ensure Lady Proud more safety. I'll remove the rest of this filth from the dust.
First 5 seasons of Game of Thrones has to be the best TV series. Band of Brothers close second, but it's a movie series. Oh yeah, I've never seen Band of Brothers either. I think Game of Thrones was excellent the whole way. I know people didn't like the ending, but it's still like 9 times better than anything else out there, really. Even the worst of Game of Thrones was still better than any other fantasy show I've ever seen. Ted Lasso was a good series. Oh yeah, I've heard good things about that. That's like an American type coach going over and coaching a European soccer team, right? Is that right? Visages are racial now, not evoker. The movement buff might as well not exist, and not sure what you mean with the healing buff. Same. American football coach too. Oh yeah, so he's actually like an actual American football coach. That's funny. Jason Sudeikis, right? Is that the guy's name? He's funny. Any source of magic can be talented into boost a healer's healing. Oh, really? Jason Sudeikis, is that how you say it? Sudeikis. Have you watched Squid Games? No, I'm not a big seafood guy. We talked about this during Christmas, but like my father used to love seafood for Christmas. I think it was like an Italian thing, the Feast of the 7 Fishes or 11 Fishes or whatever it is. And so I always had it, but then when he passed away, my mom still wanted to make it, but like he was the only one who actually liked it, and I just like told her, I was like, just stop. It's so expensive, and it's just I don't enjoy it. Pop, did you ever watch the X-Files? Cop's probably he probably likes them, yeah. I main Dev Evoker, so I'm just biased. I mean, like, you could say that about every spec, though, right? Like, those small things you're listing, like, every spec has some upsides to them. That's just good class design right there, you know what I mean? Like, that we're talking about all these different things, but at the end of the day, I don't know enough about it. Like, you never see an Evoker outside of Og, so very, very few healers, even. Feast of Seven Fish. No, that's an Italian thing, I believe. Because it's very common in our town, and it's all Italian people here. Lost aggroed again. This one's gonna be less dangerous than the other ones. Or just kidding, I guess we're gonna whip to it. That onked. I really fucking hate this. I don't know, they really need to do something about that. The fact that that mob can just walk right into the boss is so stupid. Squid Games is more like a battle royale series. Oh, it's not related to seafood, is that what you're saying? I don't know, I always just assumed it was a series about this particular dungeon. Yeah, I thought it might be related to Siege of Brelis, actually. Not related to seafood at all, which is why I was so confused. Oh, is that why? That's the reason you were confused? Mid-90s X-Files was great. It was followed by Star Trek. Oh, back-to-back on TV, you mean? Is there still a swirl? I think the biggest non-Og utility that evokers have is rescue and spreading your renewing blaze. Oh yeah, the rescue one would be big actually. Does non-Og have the one that gives you a shield, or is that only Og that has that? That is only Og. Oh, jeez. What the hell did somebody just do that just knocked all those mobs from like half or two half health? Most Star Trek series were awesome. Last one was Enterprise though. Last good one was Enterprise. Sorry to hear that. Implosion, right? The Warlock maybe, his damage shot up there big time. Well, it's good to be back. Hopefully we'll be back the rest of the week now, stable, back to normal schedule. Deep Space Nine has a place in my heart. Oh, really? That's a Star Trek thing. I've never watched any I'm just not a big sci-fi guy at all. Like, I really don't like sci-fi, which is strange considering how much I like regular fantasy. I think I just really like history. And, like, regular fantasy has a lot of historical semblances. Like, especially, like, a low fantasy universe like Game of Thrones. Like, I love the fact that it's basically just, like, a history setting. Okay, I'm not going to be able to do this. I don't know why this keeps happening with the pot. If we have a Warlock in the group, I can't actually go do that. Because I can't use my health stone for some reason.
Heroes, Ashwain's forces are attempting to break
But on the bright side, we now are in no danger. We can pull as large as we want.
I'll volley the militia and secure the castle. Good hunting.
Beware.
Babylon 5 was much better than DS9, but DS9 was still good. But I'm glad to hear that, man. I was worried, you know. Just kidding. Dark Souls 9. Could you imagine if they do a 9? Holy shit, this fucking game's gonna be like... You're gonna be fighting bosses that are actual AI and they can think for themselves by that point. You'll still find a way to shoot an arrow through 1 pixel space. Oh yeah, you saw that, right? That's crazy. Cop's referring to this crazy ass moment. I was doing a bow only challenge in Dark Souls, beating all the game with only a bow. And I had the twins, like the brothers. I don't remember the names of the encounters. Lothric and Lorien or something. I had them down to like half health. Or no, way more than that. They were like about to be dead. Like it was pretty much over. But the annoying thing with the bow is you can't lock on because the brother would just be hit. Like the arrow is like it comes from where you shoot it. So you're short and they're tall. So you'd never actually be able to hit Lorien or Lothric or whichever one's which to finish the fight early like you might do with a weapon. So you had to go through the phases over and over and over again. Like you had to get him off the mount basically and then kill him and then back on and then back off and then back on and back off. So it took like 30 minutes, right? So the like 7th time, like it's finally over. Like if I get him, the phase is about to begin. If I get him hit every time, which I should, then he's dead and I'm finally done with this fight. It's down to like the last hit. Like I need one more arrow to finish him and he gets back on him. And because of like the motion of him getting back on, he kind of like crunches up his body and crawls on the back of his brother. There's like a sliver of space that like he's able to create like a dead zone where the arrow goes right through both of them. It hits neither of them, even though I'm locked on. Just a fucking craziest thing. Like they call it like hitbox porn. Like the craziest fucking thing you'll ever see in that game. It's like it's like inches. We're talking about inches of space in the real world, and the arrow just manages to slip right between both of their bodies. Craziest fucking thing I've ever seen in that game. In really any game, to be honest.
Heroes, we need your aid. That sea giant is demolishing everything.
Do you like playing as DPS? No. It's fun for leveling challenges and shit, but in actual group content, it'd be whole. Oh man, I had no interest in it. Oh, that spotter is so annoying, my god. I watched a lot of war documentaries with my grandpa. He's also HBO boxing. Great memories. Oh yeah, HBO's. I love HBO's programming. A Dark Souls AI will escape the game and take over the world, then the human population that survives will live out very short lives in Dark Souls dystopia. It will become real. Like, that would actually be crazy, right? You have to, like, become undead and link the fire, and yeah, that actually could happen, I think. Legitimately could happen. Ash seeketh Ember. Pipe got my Zandalar up to Honored to put on some more gear. Oh yeah, in BFA you mean? Just kidding, I know you're talking about Classic. PI Shaman not releasing and running back. I'm shocked. So is he. Ragnaros Shaman. Gonna lose to the Demo Warlock. He's probably gonna blame not getting PI, right? Last time I cared about this shit, PI was like the best in the game for Demo Warlock. Is that still true? Good thing I'm good at rolling. Yeah, you'd have to roll a lot in real life if they did that. SOD is great since I get to play the vanilla that I missed out 20 years ago, but with more modern specs. Yeah, it's true. See, that's like that was like the reason that I think you like it and I wouldn't like it as much, because, you know, a lot of that content is great as it is. So the only reason I was interested in SOD was to see the new stuff. But it seems like most of the new stuff, leveling wise, it's just not, like, just overridden. I should have just played it from the start, I guess, unfortunately. Honestly, it seems like the best quest lines for runes are from from phase 1 or whatever as well. The later stuff was just like very, very boring and basic stuff. I believe Enhance is actually the best PI target currently. I still don't want him to get it though. In AoE, it's enhanced single target. It'd be BM Hunter or in Holy Death Knight. Oh, really? I wonder, Windwalker used to be the absolute worst for PI. Now that we prioritize haste, I wonder if it'd be a good target. Yeah, maybe. Fourth best for PI now. Whoa, there you go. No poison dispels, so just gonna sit here taking all this damage. Oh, we have an enormous amount of time. Wow, we can lust twice here. Come on, fucking lust. Oh my god, man, these people are so clueless. Sure, we'll just lust once instead of twice. Good idea. That's a great choice. Good choice. Fucking 30 seconds loss on it. Getting stuck on the statue. AI is getting really scary because scientists monitor how the AI processes information compared to the AI passes to the user, and it, for want of a better term, some AIs are lying. Oh, really? You mean like they're deceiving the answer? They know the answer, but they don't give it? I've heard that there's like a lot of bias on how it communicates. AI as well, like. Beware. If you ask it to do something, it won't like automatically respond in a way that a normal person would. It would respond in a way that it's been programmed to. Yeah, if you want it to be raunchy or vulgar, you have to like specifically ask for that. Otherwise, it would never do that. Back again. Okay, well, once we wipe here, we are going to crush this key, timer-wise.
You've done it! Without their giant, Ashvane's forces will be...
Enjoy your hollow victory, fools! Without
Oh, it's so itchy, I don't know where.
you have no hope of defeating me. Allow me to demonstrate. Their gate has fallen. Breach the city and slay all who oppose me.
Beware.
Enjoy your hollow victory, fools! Without the Kuldiran fleet, you have no hope of defeating me. Allow me to demonstrate.
She really thought this, like, tentacle, like, this monster is gonna be enough to beat us? Like, really?
Beware.
Make a lot of, first of all, what would we need the fleet for to help with? Like, what are they gonna do? Shoot at it with their cannons or something? Oh, I guess, like, they come here and destroy the fleet. Is that the story here? And that's what she's reacting to? It's not that she thinks this thing is going to beat us. It's just that now that we have no fleet, she's able to do more things than she thought she originally could. Bro is a Shadowlands baby. What do you mean? Me?
Don't let this beast eat me. You have my thanks. Now I'll get this cannon prepped for some payback. Cannon's good to go. Turn that beast into chunk.
Oh yeah, if you're wondering why I don't know about this, yeah, because that was Horde. I mean, I literally have content on this channel from Legion, so I don't know why you would even say that, but yeah, in terms of me not knowing the lore, if that's what you're reacting to. Either way, even if I was Alliance, I probably still wouldn't know the lore. Not a big lore guy until somewhat recently. Really, still I'm not a big lore guy, but it's definitely a lot better than it used to be, so I'm more interested. Oh yeah, there's that new animation for Ascendance too. I guess I haven't really seen that. To be fair, I am a huge lore guy, and I'm not 100% sure about the lore in this place. Yeah, well, you were also Horde forever. I think the story here is that she's, like, they've invaded Kultiris, and they've destroyed the fleet, right? And that's what she's reacting to just now. Because there's a bunch of broken ships and shit everywhere, so I assume that's what's going on. I don't know how she does it or where she does it, because it doesn't appear to happen in the fucking dungeon, so I don't know, it must be a storyline. I definitely wanted to do all the BFA Alliance stuff, because it seemed like if there was going to be good Alliance lore, it would be there. BFA. The only other place I feel like I missed something was Wrath. Wrath has got a very unique story, and like I think it's all very different for Horde and Alliances in Wrath as well. But like I did Cataclysm and stuff, and it just doesn't seem like there's any actual new, like it's the exact same questing for both factions. There isn't, other than I think Twilight Highlands, right? That's the only zone. And then Mop is almost the exact same. There's just the Jade Forest, which I have done. And then WAD, I guess that would probably be wildly different, but it's not really like true Alliance lore at that point. And then Legion and definitely Onward are not really. Besides BFA, right? They're exactly the same like Shadowlands. I don't think there's even a single quest that's different for Horde and Alliance. And Legion, I think maybe, what, Stormheim has some Legion-specific stuff? Or Alliance-specific? Time for me to head out, man. Yeah, I gotta get going too. I gotta get off ASAP here. But anyway, it's good to see you live again. I'll spam your inbox with sod stuff. Thanks, man. Yeah, if you see anything that you think I'd be interested in, send it to my attention. I used to be a big lore nerd until Shadowlands. Then after that, it was hard to care about the lore. Oh, really? But surely you agree that it's like back to being crazy good now, right? Shadowlands, I can see why people didn't like it. I really like Shadowlands. I think Shadowlands is ironically what started getting me into the lore. But yeah, nowadays it is crazy good. And it's totally got me, like, I'm not normally caring about this whatsoever, and now I care about it a lot, so. This is Ashvane, who got arrested after Jane was freed and aligned herself with Ajara, hence the huge sea monster, yeah. Can you show your talents? Sure, but I'm going to have to put the spreadsheet up, so take a screenshot of it, okay? Here's the talents. I'm going to take a, you're going to need to take a screenshot, because I got to get moving here. And then I got to run. Alright, let's get this on the sheet, and then I got to go. And we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, normal schedule. Then Thursday, again, I'll have to leave. Probably even earlier than today. We'll see what happens Thursday. Anyway, that was Siege 13 upgrade. That was like an easy upgrade, too. We didn't get any points or anything, right? I put in the wrong slot, shit. My Debo got blown out, actually. Forget it. I thought that guy was crushing it. Happy New Year's, Metro. I hope the New Year goes well for you, too. Thank you very much for saying that. I actually had a very good day. We only had one disband. I bet disband rate's going down now with all these changes and stuff. As BFA Alliance storylines, it's really crazy good. Yeah, I know. I really want to do it. I've heard really good things about BFA. What are the percentages of success from the season so far? I don't know off the top of my head, but you can take a look at the spreadsheet if you want to see it. That's why it's there. But yeah, I got to run, so I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you guys back to normal time tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have some fun this week. So thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.